to come out and engage. And I think maybe, Eric can attest that sometimes it's hard to get some students, especially engineering students, to come out and chat. So we learn constantly from what the Italians are doing and seeing how they engage. So then I'm able to go on the Australian webinar with We Planet and be like, hey, this is what the Italians are doing. So we're sharing this because we have such a long way to go, guys, for nuclear deployment. We're talking about saving some, but man, if we're going to deploy, that's just another feat. And so the final piece is, so like I mentioned, engagement and communication. So we were able to do an Indian Point tour, a Cobra tour. So it's not always, we say we want to engage with folks outside of our sphere, but I think even when we go to facilities like these, we're able to bring in the outside perspective and give them tips and tricks and, messaging practices that might work better, because we want to uplift the industry as well as civil society folks. And then, as we all know, policy is really big. Although we don't specifically lobby, we are able to be resource for legislators. So we did um, not research, education to some Illinois legislators around waste. That was a big one, right? So we did a presentation for them. And then in the California legislator photo, I wanted to highlight this. This was an assembly person that we had chatted with earlier this year. And then they eventually went to Diablo Canyon and posted a favorable post. And I'm like, That probably wasn't us, but hey, you never know where that spark came from to go visit Diablo Canyon." And so those are a couple of the things that we've done over 2025, but I know we have all these games and we can get into, certain examples or events and demonstrations, especially because we have Emmerich on, but ways to get involved. Easy one is to follow us on social media to kind of see what we're up to, Twitter and Instagram, and even you want to go on our website, we'll have some updates there. And then our monthly newsletter. So this is where we highlight top stories, top tweets, ally of the month, past events, upcoming events. So we like to congregate, there's a lot going on. And so we try our best to help synthesize, what the temperature is over in Asia, in Europe, in Africa, and bring those stories together because it's just interesting to kind of see what's going on with nuclear. Because I think it's easy for us to get just stuck in our state or even in our country, what's going on. So it's nice to see this international flavor newsletter. And then the final one, if you would like to host your own action or event, or even just want to get started of like, we want to be connected with folks, there's multiple organizations throughout the US, right? And but with stand up, we like to prioritize if you have a certain thing, maybe we connect you with Gen A, or if you're based in New York, let's connect you with Nuclear New York. So we help this grow this movement. So if you want to do an event, action, or get connected, just reach out to us. And then these are all some of the beautiful faces that have participated. So these are the people like you that like nuclear. So you guys aren't alone. And it's become popular, but just know that there's been some folks been fighting for a minute. So the newcomers, welcome.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Paris. Amazing. And for our friends, because I don't think I've said the word fundraiser yet today, but this is a fundraiser, and we are raising money for Stand Up this hour and our other partners other hours. But if you donate this hour, it will enter you to win something with some stand up merch on it. So what's going on,
Yeah.
Paris? What do we got?
So I love a good merch, but here's the thing. I think it comes from my environmental background. I don't like wasteful stuff and I like only cool stuff. So what I would like to offer is what we're calling the California Starter Pack. So California, it's very sunny. So you got to have sun protection. So we're going to put in a Stand Up for Nuclear hat. This is my personal one. I'll get you a new one. But then I was like, a hat's cool, but I just want to add in a couple stickers. So we have nuclear power, stand up, and then our world favorite, guys. Nuclear energy is clean energy. She's so cute. Boys, you can have this one too. It's a conversation starter. And then we have a little pin because I love a pin. Stickers fall off. So, THC, yeah. So this is our little pack that we hope to offer to throw it into the pile that we got.
That is awesome. Yeah, I love that artwork. And I love kind of th thinking about It's first popping up on the scene in that
Yeah.
sweet 2018 event we collaborated on, the
Yep.
Nuclear Pride Fest, out in Munich. Imagine 200 some people out in a public square chanting pro-nuclear messages in the
Right. In
heart of
Germany.
anti-nuclear Germany. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm kind of surprised nobody tried to beat us up or anything that time. I guess strength in numbers.
I know. They were giving us, a break. They're like, you have a long road ahead. We're not even gonna mess with you right now.
Yeah, yep. Oh man. Great. Well, that's really cool to see some of those images from the projection. And yeah, this has been done a number of times, but on a much smaller scale, on buildings, not on cooling towers. So Emmerich, maybe you can give us a little bit of the background, and then we have a kind of a short video to show there too. Yeah, do you want to cue it up for us, Emmerich, and then we'll play the video?
Yeah, great idea. So well, I think the idea indeed came. There has been messages already projected on buildings, and I believe that actually in Germany they also projected once a few slogans. I think it was after the phase out, so technically it was not an online nuclear reactor anymore. But we thought how to get a lot of attention without needing to rally a lot of people around the nuclear power plant, which is usually difficult to access to, and especially in the winter when they're shutting it down, which is ironic if you think about it. It's hard to get people outside and do a protest the old-fashioned way. And we thought, how could we engage to get media attention with something that is not really illegal, let's put it this way, that is not damaging or anything, but that does get the message out, and that's very visual and visible. And this is how we came out with the idea of doing a projection on the cooling towers of the plant that was going to be shut down. Um, that was back in the 30th of September this year in Tihange for the just as it was giving its last megawatt hour on the electricity grid. And yeah, and it came with a lot of unknown because I'm not a professional projector expert or anything. And projecting in the wild, if I must say, if I can express myself this way, it's very different than having your home projector on a wall or even like in your building next door. We're talking about throw ratios, distance of half a mile of projection, and you don't know if the atmospheric conditions will affect this. What if it rains? All this comes into consideration, and then of course there was a lot of stress of in Belgium, the nuclear power plants themselves are very heavily guarded, thought to be like this dangerous piece of machinery that everyone wants to attack at any moment. And so, if you do anything funny or crazy within 10 kilometers around a nuclear power plant, you you probably well, you'll get the attention of the plant security and probably the police and a visit from the police as well. And so we were worried of all these things, and the preparation was let's put it um, it was
Meticulous.
interesting to yeah indeed. But in the end we pulled it off. It was actually even nicer in real life than I anticipated. I was because you cannot try it in advance. We thought of trying on a building somewhere else before, but first these projectors are actually very expensive to rent, so we only had it for one night. So since it needs to be dark to project, you need to do it at night. And since we wanted to do it also with a battery and not a generator, we only had that long. I mean, the battery was fully charged, but it only lasts that long as
Yeah.
the battery capacity is. You can't top it up. Um, and so we in the end we didn't really find a suitable similar throw distance because it was just so far away, and then you need a huge building, which is not that easy to find either. So we just went with a little trial on a house. We were like, yeah, that works. We know how to handle the projector. There's some zoom going on and focus, obviously. And we're like, let's go, let's roll. And we rolled, and it was great. We did all our shots very quickly at first on the original site that we planned in advance. And then we realized, well, we are still not, we didn't get arrested yet. So we should probably do it from further away because it will look bigger, because it seemed too small for us what we just did. And so I had an idea for a backup site, and luckily we could just move to that backup site very quickly. We went there, and then we had a real blast on there. We were able to project for nearly an hour before we got the visit from the plant security, when we decided to pack up, and luckily with not too much consequences. But we did get a visit from the police, who were not amused by our little stunt.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, well, and
It's the
again,
most exciting thing that's ever happened to him.
Exactly,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
Yeah, they were like, wait, what? We see. So some of the messaging was, our friend Vladimir Putin over in Russia is probably happy of the nuclear phase out in Belgium, because now we got to buy more Russian gas. And so that was one of the slogan with his head saying, "Good job, guys." And and that caught the attention of plant managers, security personnel, I don't know, but the police specifically asked about this, and they were like, yeah, and why Putin and stuff. And so they got really, well, they were edgy at first, and then it smoothed it out, and we just said, we are not hostile to it, we're just wanting to project to actually save the job, save the plant. So it's the opposite of being hostile to it. And we pulled it off again last weekend, because it was 30th of November, the last planned shutdown of the law of 2003 phase out, which just got pulled off the grid last Sunday. And so we did another projection on a cooling tower. Just yesterday, and you'll see a little montage and a video of how we did it and what we did on this one. You can go.
Yeah. Wow, we got to see the video now. This sounds awesome. Way to go. So yeah, Philip, could you cue up the video? Let's see this thing. Oh man, and then I think there's probably some sound with it.
Yeah, we can hear it.
There's a button to hit. Still silent.
We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually.
Rick Astley.
It's just a matter of turning.
He just rickrolled.
So we're asking our government
entirety
and also
of Belgium
to
here.
reconsider all nuclear phase outs, because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear, and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants.
There we go.
Amazing. Oh gosh. And that was my bad on the audio. I just unplugged my speakers for a second. Oh my God. That was pretty epic. Well done. Now I think we gotta, I like a little bit of healthy competition in nuclear advocacy of like, okay, that was a really good action. All right, we got to come up with something to, meet that and one up it a little bit. So I think, now the ball is firmly in the Americans' court here. Well
just
done.
to give an idea of maybe also the fight that I think we should still do, because it felt we had a bit of a weird feeling on Sunday night, thinking like, well, this is it, this is as big as it's going to get. Of course, you had the excitement. It was exciting to do these things, so it was great. And then we're like, well, what now? Because they've basically shut down all the plants that were planned to be shut down. In theory, law of 2003 was going to shut all Belgian all nuclear plants, like in Germany. But I believe that our actions, together with probably a lot of other factors, but I do believe that our actions in the last few years has shown a positive face of nuclear to the public and also to the media, who now usually don't have a very hostile attitude towards nuclear power, which is really a paradigm shift compared to, I think, even 2021, when anytime you would hear something like 2021 was 10 years Fukushima, I remember the news was 20,000 deaths, Fukushima, blah, 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 and then nuclear disaster. And they were like, of course, talking 20,000 deaths about the tsunami, but it didn't sound like it so it wasn't wrong what they said, but it was just queued up so close to it that to people, it was nearly fear mongering. And I actually wrote to that TV station to say, to complain a little bit, but in the end, I see this shift now where we don't where are the anti-nuclears who are happy that these plants are closed? They were not there at every closure. They were not there to do also a protest or a celebration. And that is I think that is the major shift that we see. And so now the next fight in Belgium is that we have shut 5 of the 7 plants. 2 were saved by the government because of scared security of supply, and they used the Ukraine war to justify this back then, to justify that decision. But in theory, the Ukraine war had actually nothing to do with it. That's just a narrative that the politics used, and that's why we used it now against them on our projections, right? But the thing is that you need nuclear power for clean and reliable energy. It's not just because there's a war on the doors of Europe that you need it. You need it for clean and reliable energy, and for our future generations. And so I think the work now that we have to do is to save the 5 other plants, which were just shut down. So a bit like Paris said, like in Germany, where they're trying to push for a potential restart. I believe in Belgium, it is still possible. And for sure, there are at least 2 plants which are so recently shut down, and the politics has changed now. And it's really now that we need to carry on pushing and say, these need to be saved and restarted.
Yeah, so any support, even if you're in Belgium, come through. We have plenty of more actions and things to do, but like Belgium, Spain still has a phase out, California still has a moratorium, Germany can still restart them. So there's a lot of things that we can still do that aren't as sexy as building a new SMR, but baby, if we don't save these, we can't do that. So join us for that.
Yeah, hell yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for all the hard work that went into that action. All the hard work you guys do, Emmerich. I mean, I saw you hanging around with Kirsten and friends and Guido at the climate talks down in Brazil. I heard that was not the cushiest vacation ever. Congratulations on not getting burned in the inferno as well.
Yeah. I was actually leaving as the inferno happened, so I like to say, well, I set on fire and just
threw a match and walked away in slow motion.
It was not going to give anything anyway. No, that's not true. I think some advances were made, but it's never enough when it comes to climate change. I think that's the major issue. And to be fair, I think we had a very good talks and discussions about nuclear too, and politicians and leaders, but also to climate advocates and young people. And I believe myself that I have convinced, or at least made a few young people reconsider their thoughts. And I think that's one of the most important things, because these are the next generation that will think, okay, maybe I need to reconsider, because by default they're anti-nuclear because they're so pro-environment, and it's just we need to break that narrative.
Right. Hell yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, my production assistant is letting me know we need to move on to our next segment, which is going to be a top 10 list, and then we're going to pop back for a short game with y'all. So stick around. So I'll queue up our So our top 10, we're bringing on a big supporter of nuclear advocacy in the U.S. Our organization, and I know Mothers for Nuclear has been a beneficiary as well, Mr. Eddie Hunt. And we're going to have that all queued up after we play a 2-minute station break video that calls out our sponsors and has some memes on it. So here we go. We'll see you back in a couple minutes. Thanks, y'all.
Live in 5.
All right. Okay, we're welcoming our friend Eddie here to have we got a top 10 list. Had nuclear headlines out of Florida, because Eddie is out of Florida himself. So we're gonna do this David Letterman style, if you remember that show back in the day. So I think we got everything queued up. Eddie, would you like to say hi real quick, like what you love about nuclear, and then we'll get into this. All right, and you might be missing your audio.
Oh yeah, I think Eddie's
Okay, yeah.
muted.
Can't hear you, Eddie. Let's see, might have to unmute yourself.
Okay.
There we go.
So yeah,
There you
I like abundant energy, and I like it's based on energy, and I like that it's not, it helps us decarbonize, in the most basic sense. And yeah, this is, I think, the most important cause. I think even Barack Obama said if there's one issue he wants to be remembered by, it's climate change.
Hell yeah. All right, and what's better for the climate than nuclear, right? Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so okay, we have our top 10 headlines here. So I'm gonna count them down from 10, and I brought my djembe so I can provide some drum roll here. So here we go. We'll start out with number 10.
Florida Power and Light quietly removes extension cord man was using to siphon juice directly from substation for his RV.
Nice. Man. Okay, and number 9.
Retirement home residents demand more nuclear energy after learning it can keep bingo night fully air conditioning during any heat wave.
I like that one.
I think it's important. Don't forget about the seniors.
And
Disney World. Okay.
let's hear number 8.
Number 8, Disney World unveils it's a clean world after all, powered by advanced reactors. Ride still gets stuck, but now sustainably.
That's not that far-fetched. Walt Disney was a huge nuclear bro.
Yeah.
All right, number 7.
Number 7, Florida manatees issue cease and desist against coal plants, declare nuclear outflow pipes the only acceptable hot tub for modern aquatic mammals.
Very plausible. Number 6.
Number 6, Turkey Point Nuclear Station to connect cameras to the local alligator population for use as security detail.
Oh man.
Perfect.
Okay. Number 5.
Number 5, massive protests halt construction of new reactor. Crisis ends instantly after utility agrees to add premier pickleball facilities.
The seniors love them. Oh man. Okay. Number 4. Here we go.
Florida governor announces ambitious plan to fight sea level rise by constructing large desalination plants.
All right. That
I
sounds
like
fine
that.
to me. All right. Number 3. Here we go.
Number 3, St. Lucia announces new tourism slogan. Come swim with the manatees, who are all now pro-nuclear influencers.
Oh
Yeah.
man. All right. Number 2.
Number 2, Turkey Point Nuclear Station's cooling water canals are being converted into an airboat racetrack to be used during spring break.
Florida. All right. And number 1, our final top headline is
For SMR friends.
Uh.
Florida man number one, Florida man builds a micro nuclear reactor in his garage, uses a beer keg as a reactor pressure vessel.
That's Florida.
Oh my goodness. We did it. Awesome.
Nice.
It kind of looks like a pressure vessel. I wonder what kind of PSI we can handle in a beer keg. If anybody knows that in the comments, please please share with us. Awesome.
An essential question.
Yes. Well, thanks so much, Eddie. Appreciate your support. Thanks for bringing us the Florida man perspective. And yeah, stay away from the bath salts. Oh man. All right. Well, we'll let Eddie go. Thanks again, Eddie. And
Thank you, Eric.
yeah. All right. We'll talk again soon. And I think we are gonna set up for a quick game to round out the hour. And that is it the picture populator? What we got coming, Matt? I'm gonna turn it over to you in just a sec to introduce the game. Let's see. This is a surprise for me too, because this was a late addition. Oh, and I should mention actually, this hour, we did have a sponsor, but they are currently touring a laser enrichment facility, and I don't think they're able to pop out and join us. But the sponsor of this hour is Terrestrial Energy. So this is the first year we allowed some nuclear companies to sponsor the fundraiser, so that we were able to share more of the donations with our partnering organizations. So thank you, Terrestrial, for kicking in here. And sorry you couldn't join us on the stream, but we're gonna have some fun anyway. So Matt, over to you.
Okay. Got a game for you loaded up for Paris and Emmerich. Potentially, Eric, you can join if you can contest. You have never seen any of these before. Okay, good. So this game's called Picture Populator. I'm just going to show you chunks of a picture bit by bit. I'm just going to keep adding them in. And the first person to guess what the picture is correctly wins the round or whatever.
Okay.
Emmerich, you just got back from Brazil, so you might have an upper hand here because the theme is Brazil. And I also say if you're shouting out answers, you only get two shout outs, and that's just to prevent you from saying anything that comes to mind whenever. If you say an answer, say it loud and clear so I can hear properly. All right, you ready? I got 3 rounds of this.
Okay, ready.
Here we go. Here's the first picture.
I don't like that.
I'm just gonna keep adding photos until you have a guess.
You said Brazil is the theme?
Correct.
Gonna be.
Do we have to guess like a place?
It can be anything. Person, place, thing. I would say some sort of a noun.
Oh,
Piranhas? No.
pink dolphin.
Copacabana?
That's
No.
it. That is a pink dolphin.
Oh,
Unique to the Amazon,
I see.
also known as botos.
Boto. I remember that in
Boto.
one of my classes.
Oh, I think I just
My
learned
education does work eventually.
pink
Great
dolphin.
guess.
Cool.
All right, moving on. Got a second picture.
How the heck? Oh, that's the cop venue. That's the gate of Cop 30.
Cop venue, yeah.
That's correct.
How did I get this before you, Emmerich?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy.
what the heck, Emmerich? Did you even
I
go
was waiting
inside?
for Emmerich.
I should have gotten this too.
Yeah, that is the
Okay.
entrance to Cop 30. All right.
All right, Emmerich,
Emmerich.
you have to get the next one.
Yeah.
This is our last one. Here we go.
It's a caipirinha. Honey.
Oh, it's isodope.
Isabel.
No.
That's funny.
Man,
That's
What's
funny.
what's the Brazil connection there?
she's Brazilian.
Brazilian. Oh, how funny. You better tell her you did that.
Good one. All right. So we all got
it's
one.
a draw because I said
Damn. All right. Well done. Well done. All right. Good.
I like that.
Good stuff.
So that's what I got for you. I don't have any others queued up right now, so
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
you didn't think we were
Paris.
going to be that good. So next time we get like 5 rounds.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So yeah, let's check on let's see what we got going for donations here so far. I'm gonna refresh our total. Let's see what we got coming in. Looks like Philip Klein is kicking us off today with a $50 donation. Thank you, Philip.
Nice.
Much
Thanks,
obliged.
Philip.
And then we got a few folks who pre-donated. We're gonna enter them into our drawing here as well. So that includes Michael Pellizzari giving us $250. Thank you, Michael. Franz Kopp, who's a big volunteer on our government team with a $100 donation, which I saw something on email. I think it's going to be matched by his previous employer, which was Shell. So I guess we're taking money from Big Oil now, officially. $100 matching an employee, but whatever. And then Bruce Montgomery and Ernestine Coor. So let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 donations coming in for our first hour here, which means your
Nice.
odds of winning. Can you show us again the
Oh, yes.
yeah.
So, if you come to California, you need a hat. And then we got some stickers for the folks because I love good stickers. So if you have a water bottle, put these on there. And then if you have like a backpack, or sometimes I bring this pin sometimes to like conferences or panels, and you're like, you get to collect at COP, I know that people love collecting all the pins and the free swag at each like booth. At least that's what I remember at the last one that I went to.
Oh, hell yeah.
You
Awesome.
know,
So, all right, Paris, give me a number between this will determine how many times I roll a new randomly generated number just to add an extra amount of randomness to it. Give me a number between, let's say 1 and 5.
1 and 5. 2.
2. All right, I'm going to click generate once and twice. And what do you know? The randomly generated number was 2. The second person on my list is Michael Pellizzari, who I actually know. He came with us on the initial Diablo March and had an awesome sign. Yeah, and that's great. And he's in California, so what the heck? That's amazing. So congrats, Michael. We'll make sure we get that shipped out your way.
Well, if he's based in California, I'll send him a Diablo sticker then. I got one of those. I just didn't have it on me. So I'll add that in there.
Perfect. Awesome. All
Yay.
right. Well, I think that's it for Stand Up Hour. Any final thoughts, Paris, as we wrap up this our first of 6?
I would say that there's been so many wins for us for nuclear this past year. It's so exciting that we have like big companies coming in, we have world banks coming in. But I just want to remind us all that, the hard work starts now, and we still haven't broken ground on any new reactor in the US and abroad. There's certain countries that are doing it, but I think now is the time to be as consistent as possible. So we hope to continue doing that. We're going to partner with GenA as much as we can and other organizations. So the fight is only beginning. And so I'm not retiring anytime soon, I don't think. And I think we could have picked something easier, but who loves a challenge?
Yes.
So that's my final message.
No, it's so true. It is a marathon, not a sprint. And yeah, like you said, we're not actually really building yet. We got a couple of groundbreakings and a lot of enthusiasm, but it's gonna take all of us, and we got to keep pushing on this. Thank you again, Paris. Incredible work, and so good working with you on this. So yeah, we'll stay tuned.
Right back at you, Eric. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, have a good rest of your day, and stick around if you like. And yeah, we'll stay in touch.
All right. See you guys.
See ya. Okay. Awesome. So, all right,
I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Holt.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. I testified before both the Senate and House Energy Committees, and we've built a coalition of over 40 organizations.
In this process, we've brokered productive conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. This includes meeting with local Native leaders, where we've listened and learned about the complex history that tribes have with nuclear and about their desire for energy sovereignty.
Generation Atomic represented nuclear energy at COP30 in Brazil, the most important climate conversation of the year. This is our 9th year engaging with the UN climate process, bringing nuclear energy into these hallowed halls.
Through your support, we've also taken on incredible education initiatives. We helped bring Dr. Charlene Smith's Nuclear Engineering Bootcamp to Puerto Rico, where students learned about nuclear and even visited the retired bonus reactor. More boot camps are planned for 2026.
Our Vision Forward communication workshops continued to empower advocates. We worked with Constellation staff in Chicago, Baltimore, and Oswego, New York, helping over 300 participants craft their personal stories about why nuclear energy matters to them.
And speaking of stories, we helped bring Mike Connolly's book, The LNT Report, to the world, shattering many long-held narratives on radiation.
We're incredibly proud of our Atomic Ambassador graduates who are making a real impact, writing to legislators, publishing opinion pieces, and meeting with elected officials.
So here's the deal. With public support for nuclear power on the rise, we can't slow down. Now is the time for us to push harder to translate that goodwill into action, into building new nuclear power plants, into lifting moratorium, and to enacting real policy changes that can enable nuclear power to meet our energy goals.
We want to continue our international diplomacy and advocacy in international climate frameworks to ensure nuclear energy is represented as a true solution to climate change.
Next year, we want to expand our state level and regulatory advocacy as crucial legislation moves forward across the country.
We want to reach even bigger audiences with the creative, engaging content that makes nuclear energy accessible to everyone.
And we want to bring back our fellowship program. Talented young people who learn about nuclear energy, produce excellent work, and then carry the nuclear story to new communities.
But we need your help to make this happen.
Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us expand this growing movement of advocates.
It enables us to influence the international stage.
It allows us to create content that reaches millions and changes minds.
My challenge to you, make a gift so we can continue inspiring hearts and minds about the incredible potential of nuclear energy. From all of us,
thank you.
Woo! Thank you. And thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the 9 people who have donated so far today for our total $554 towards our goal of we're shooting for 12,000 today, so we got a ways to go, but that's an exciting mountain we're going to climb together here. This hour we are welcoming going to welcome our guests from Nuclear New York. We do have a swag package for this hour. I sent Philip a little Canva message there. It's a kind of gift basket from Holtec. So maybe we'll toss that up on the screen a little bit later. But if you donate this hour, you get all kinds of shirts and gosh, where is it? I gotta pull it up again here. Tumbler, baseball cap, winter hat, polo shirt, drawstring bag, a couple other random things. Atom stress reliever. All right. So Holtec threw a gift basket our way, and that's what's up for grabs this hour. Without further ado, though, let's welcome our guests. So this is Bhumi from Nuclear New York. This is actually the first time we've met, so I'm pretty excited about this. Welcome, Bhumi. The mic is yours. Introduce yourself. Tell me what you've been up to.
Thank you so much. My name is Bhumi. I'm meeting you for the first time, but I've met Matt and Phil before, so nice seeing you both again. I'm originally from New Delhi, India, currently based in New York. Recently graduated from Columbia University. I did a master's in climate science and policy. Have been involved with the larger UN climate space in general for the past 3 years, and now recently just pivoting towards nuclear energy and focusing more on nuclear energy through Nuclear New York. So still quite new, just like the audience, to the nuclear world, but I'm very supportive because science tells us that we need it. Yeah, so I think we can start with the slides.
Sounds good. Cue it up.
Yeah. So Nuclear New York is a nonprofit, non-partisan organization which advocates for nuclear energy, mainly in New York. It started as a activism group. People started, they get like it was just a bunch of people coming together to protest the closing down of the Indian Point in 2018. And then from there, they were like, oh yes, we wanna formalize this process. We wanna keep going, we wanna keep up the momentum, and we wanna educate people about this, because the main thing they noticed was that a lot of people just did not understand nuclear, and that's why they were not accepting of it. And now I have seen a lot of change within the community and within students my age who previously were anti-nuclear, and then they attended some of our Nuclear 101 sessions, and now they understand why we need it. Next slide, please. Yeah, those are some like snaps from the first protest Nuclear New York organized for the closing down of Indian Point. Next one. Yeah, our work. So it's mainly four things: research, advocacy, education, and community engagement. We do some data-driven analysis on the nuclear and the general New York power grid, and what's the nuclear role, and how we can innovate policies to get more nuclear energy in New York. And then, like I said, advocacy, we do activism, non-intrusive kind, education. We partner with universities. In over the last 2 years, we have helped launch NICE clubs at Columbia University and Cornell University, which stands for Nuclear is Clean Energy, which is creating a new generation of informed and inspired clean energy leaders. And we also do community engagement through events like this. We have our annual symposium, which happens during the New York City Climate Week every year. We just organized our third annual symposium, where Generation Atomic was one of our organizing partners, and it was a huge success. So thank you guys for that. Next slide, please. Who we work with. We work with like-minded people like Generation Atomic, but we also work with people in the government, labor unions, pipe fitters, local community, corporates. We want to bring all people from all different sectors together and talk about nuclear. Next, please. Our impact. So like I said, over the last 2 years, we have been making bigger strides, but slow, but bigger. We launched some new NICE clubs. We hosted our symposium. We also sponsored members of our partner organizations to attend key nuclear conferences, which led to participation in over 15 events across New York and USA. We also co-sponsored big events such as the Nuclear Mixer at Pillsbury. We did the Future of Nuclear Energy, Women Leading the Way. We did a legislative webinar. We did a bunch of Nuclear Energy 101 public forums in the North Country with Assemblyman Scott Cray this November. And in total, many hundreds of nuclear curious individuals have joined our events. We had about 320 plus members at the symposium, which was amazing. But we have people from civic society, conservationist, and nuclear-focused organizations nationwide. Next, please. Thank you. These are achievements from last year. So Dr. Rodberg and Ryan Pickering. They did the SB100 event together, and we supported our long-term partners. And again, Columbia, nice. Next one, please. Yeah, help us scale. We're Nuclear New York. We advocate for clean energy and decarbonization through nuclear energy, and we are a nonprofit registered charity. So please donate and please support nuclear energy.
Heck yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Well, I have been so impressed with the work of Nuclear New York over the years. I mean, that event, the Climate Week event, has grown so much since we started. And man, I remember kind of the first time the nuclear community started getting involved in Climate Week was like 2017, 18. And it was more like, hey, can we go to other people's events and bring the nuclear conversation into them? And now we're creating the events, the like can't miss events that people come to instead. And that is just so awesome. So, kudos to y'all. I heard you say the words nuclear curious, and I'm so glad I switched to my nuclear curious
Yes.
t-shirt.
I love it.
Yeah, we're rocking these up in Oswego end of July for Harbor Fest, and we handed out a few thousand bananas there to Harbor Fest attendees up in who have like Fitzpatrick and Mount Point right in their community.
I saw that. I have the magnet, and it's my favorite one I have. I didn't know we had this in tank tops. I would love to have one, and the audience should get one.
Heck yeah. God, I had one a second ago. Where did it go? All right, I'll find it in a sec here, but yeah, there's like it says like New York State of Mind, and it shows the state.
Yes.
Oh, good. Yeah, got that one. And yeah, we had a couple Nuclear New York folks, Keith and Scott, joined us for that. So that was amazing. So how did you first get into nuclear, Bhumi? What caught your eye about it, and how'd you start getting involved?
It's not gonna be an inspiring story, unfortunately, because
Just
it
make
was
something up.
yes, it was by accident. It's not gonna be one of those inspiring stories of like, oh, I was mesmerized by it, always dreamed of doing it.
Hey,
So none of that
serendipity is also interesting. I don't know. Yeah, tell me how did it happen?
None of that for me. Like I said, I have a very hardcore educational background in climate science and environmental law and geography. And I've been involved with the UN climate negotiations. I negotiate on behalf of their youth constituencies for Action for Climate Empowerment negotiations, which are on a hold right now. But I was studying at Columbia, and because I know the science and I know we cannot fulfill the energy demand without nuclear energy, so I was always supportive, but I always thought that this is something super complicated, only engineering scientists, top-notch physicists, like someone like my brother, he loves physics and maths, can do it. So I never got into it because I was always intimidated, and I thought I just am not smart enough to be involved in nuclear energy. But I joined the Columbia Nice Club, and I always would show up to their events. And then I saw this Nuclear New York event, which I volunteered at just at the registration desk. They were paying $40 to help at the registration desk. And I was like, awesome, I get to at an amazing event, and I get $40 to just hand over badges. And that's how I met them. And I have organized a whole UN conference. I organized the 19th Conference of Youth for United Nations in Baku, Azerbaijan for COP29 last year.
Oh, cool.
So they were like, oh yes, can you help us organize this symposium? And that's how I got into it. Not,
Oh man.
yeah,
So
nothing,
you
nothing
did it
fancy.
for the money. I see. 40 bucks.
I
Can
did it
say
for the
no.
40 bucks. Yes.
I think that's a pretty good story, because you're self-selecting. It wasn't like you had your father and your grandfather before you. All were all in the nuclear industry.
None
Uh,
of that. I'm a first gen student.
that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
what we need to grow. Because yeah, a lot of times, a lot of people's kind of nuclear stories is like, well, my dad told me how awesome it was, and he was right. Like, so. Which is also quite valid, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's really really awesome to see like new people coming into our movement, and yeah, having some organizing chops. I've been to those COI Conference of Youth
Yeah.
meetings a few times. I went to the one in Bonn, I think, which was like 8 years ago now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I go to the SBs in Bonn as well, but I haven't
cool.
this year.
Yeah,
I didn't go to Brazil, but I was handing over my position to the Brazil COI, so I was still involved in the process.
nice. Maybe Turkey or
Yes,
Turkey,
Turkey.
I think.
Turkey.
Turkey. Yeah. Don't pronounce it like a bird.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
right. Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that and for the good work y'all are doing. Yeah, looking forward to more collaborations. We have another very New York relevant guest here and sponsor. A couple of them really, but we'll start out with bringing Pat O'Brien from Holtec. Holtec is another one of the sponsors of our live stream today. And Pat is the government affairs person. He's also one of Generation Atomic's newest board members. And his like connections in the industry and wealth of experience going like all the way back to Vermont Yankee and Pilgrim, these plants that were kind of the canaries in the coal mine of early shutdowns back in the mid 2010s. And Pat, you had to live through those, but now we've had a dramatic reversal of fortunes for nuclear and even for Holtec, I guess. So yeah, I want to say hi and tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate it. Happy to be here and happy to support the Atomade today. Yeah, no, it is funny. I kind of say with the when I jumped over to Holtec, unfortunately, it was after my plant Pilgrim had shut down in 2019, and really, helped acquire some of the other shutdown plants, Oyster Creek in New Jersey, the 3 units at Indian Point. And then I joked that a funny thing happened along the way to shutting down Palisades and decommissioning Palisades. This novel idea that nuclear baseload and it's needed, and it helps, provide clean energy, kind of showed up on both sides of the aisle, which being a government affairs guy, I never thought I'd see. And luckily we were able to, even though I think when we started, we said it was about a 3% chance that it would happen, but we are very close to restarting the Palisades plant back online, almost 800 megawatts of power there. And then looking to add 2 small modular reactors of our design out to that site as well, which will hopefully, in our opinion, kind of open that market up and start to develop new nuclear projects around the country. So it's been quite a change. I mean, I joke when I joined Pilgrim 4 months after I got there in 2015, they announced shutdown on my plant, and I thought my career in nuclear was over. And here I am over a decade later, still talking about nuclear, which is a great thing to be happening.
Hell yes, man. And I gotta get out there once you start splitting some atoms to Palisades. That's so cool. And Holtec. So every hour, for those that are joining us, we have a different giveaway to everybody who donated that hour. And this hour is a Holtec gift basket. Philip's got a little picture of it here. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Let me look at my notes again. So a Stanley tumbler, baseball cap, winter hats, polo shirt, drawstring bag, first aid kit, screen cleaner, lip balm, Atom stress reliever, notebook pen, coasters, mini lint rollers, and some golf balls. So that's quite the spread there from Holtec. And then Jen A is going to kick in too. We got our Michigan design here. We'll send something. It might not be this blaze orange shirt. This is just the one I had laying around, but we got Michigan's largest source of clean electricity. And you can see Palisades featured prominently. Right. Yeah. Oh, there's the camera. There we go. Right there on it. So for everybody who donates this hour, you can get in on that. And we'll just quickly check the totals for how much competition we got going. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people have donated so far this hour. Totaling, just mental math at about $250. Awesome. Thank you for that. So we'll welcome our other guest as well. And the connection here is a little more tenuous, but we have another guest here to play our game. And that is Mr. Wendell Whiting. Wendell runs the Xerxes Foundation, which have been incredible supporters of nuclear advocacy and our organization over the last couple of years. And Wendell, who will be popping up on our screen shortly, got an opportunity to tour Indian Point recently. And Pat, did you go on that tour as well?
I wasn't there that day. I have a couple of very capable people that I put in charge of that for me.
Excellent. But yeah, that's the prospect of restarting Indian Point is so exciting, and we're going to keep pushing on that one too. Boomy, what do you think? We have a chance of restarting Indian Point?
I never say no. Never say never.
Never say no. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. It was, the thing is that a lot of folks even in the nuclear advocacy community had been told, like, there's no way, it's too far gone, that kind of thing. So the prospect of it actually coming back is so damn exciting, and we're going to keep pushing as hard as we can to see if we can make that politically more plausible. Yeah, awesome. I see Wendell up on our screen here, he's up in the Zoom. Hey, Wendell, nice to see you. Welcome. And
I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. Yeah. And I think we're going to chat more at length the next hour, talk about our trip in Slovakia and film the music video and a little bit more about Xerxes. But I just wanted to give you a couple seconds to say hello, and then we'll do, I think, a station break and come back with our game after that. So yeah, maybe when I want to just give people whet their appetites with 15 to 30 seconds of where you're at, how you got into nuclear, that kind of thing.
Sure. I am in Carbondale, Colorado, and Aspen, Colorado. And that is where Xerxes Foundation is based and is run out of. And we enjoy it. We love what we do, and we love what you guys do. Winter is sprung here, so I have a lot of snow around me, but I can't wait to play the game. But I got into nuclear just by being a nuclear nerd, going into kind of a pragmatic energy transition space. And that led me down a lot of roads to where we are now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know we're both super fans of the Decouple podcast as well. Which we'll plug a few more times next hour. Awesome. Well, let's go to our station break video, which is 2 minutes. Just thanking our sponsors and allows our wizards behind the curtain to get us all queued up for our next game, which is Who Said That? I think is what it's called. So we're gonna play that. We'll see you guys back in a couple minutes. Heck yeah. All right, here we are. Okay, we're back for a game here with Pat O'Brien from Holtec, our sponsor this hour, with Bhumi Sharma, from Nuclear New York, our partner this hour, with Wendell Whiting, Xerxes Foundation, which is a longtime, awesome, super supporter for nuclear advocacy, and then our game host, which will be Matt, I believe, and with our guess the quote game. Who said that is the plan here. Here we go.
I'm here.
All right.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Cool. Well, I have a game prepared for you all, and I'm going to test to see how well you've been paying attention to the nuclear energy influencers and voices out there for nuclear energy, because I've selected a few notable quotes that have happened over the last couple of years from various people, and multiple choice. So I'm going to show you a quote. You just have to guess which one you think it is. Easy enough?
Sounds good.
All right. Let's go to the first one. Greenpeace will tell you there is only 5 years of uranium left. But if you ask me, it's about 4 billion years, and I'm right.
C.
What do y'all think? So we got Nick Turan. That comes from
that sounds like Eric to me, but I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, 2 for Nick, 1 for Eric. Let's find out who it is.
That's Greenpeace. They'll tell you there's 5 years of uranium left. But if you ask me, it's about 4 billion years, and I'm right. and here's why. So
that was, of course, Nick Turan, and that was an event that he was here locally in Minnesota, talking about. There was a panel on nuclear and AI and all that stuff. So, cool. Very good quote. Very funny quote. Let's go on to the next one. If you told me that the Thor that you bought off of Temu.com would be here at the IAEA, I wouldn't have believed you. Is that Kyle Hill, Greta Thunberg, Mark Nelson, or Isotope? What are your guesses?
That's Kyle.
That's definitely Kyle. I was there during that awkward moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps the Thor part gave it away. This is actually a pretty funny clip, so check this clip out.
Because I was invited to speak on 2 panels at the International Atomic Energy Agency, which was humbling, invigorating, and incredibly validating. Except for my opening joke that totally bombed.
If you told me that the Thor that you bought off Temu.com would be here at the IAEA, I wouldn't have believed you, so thank you.
I died of cringe.
Dead silence. I see. You can see Mark Nelson there, and I think the whole panel had this huh? What am I supposed to laugh? And Mark's got this kind of squinting at him look, like, huh? That was a funny moment.
I was in the front row for that, and I was like the one guy who was like, ha. Like nobody else, just crickets, tumbleweed. Oh my God.
All right, next one. A long time ago, there was once a sugar-free, fat-free, carbon-free, all-natural nuclear reactor. Oklo. We got Grace Vanderhei, Isotope, Mark Nelson, or Mike Connolly.
I think it was Isotope in her book. I think.
I'll agree with Wendell.
Yes, because I read
I'll
the
agree.
before coming to Miami.
Yeah, you're right. This was Isotope. It wasn't from her book, but hey, it might have been. I got it from her TikTok channel.
A long time ago, there was once a sugar-free, fat-free, carbon-free, all-natural nuclear reactor.
Great guesses. By the way, Isabel will be joining us later on this afternoon, around the 4:30 Central Time hour. So any of you tuning in, if you want to get a glimpse of both Kyle Hill and Isabel, and Ella Jacobs, 3 big-time nuclear energy influencers. They will be here a little bit later on this afternoon. Cool. Next one. We believe that you should follow the path of taking very little of that resource, maximizing its use, and then return it.
Sounds like Scott.
Scott Lathrop. Any other guesses?
C.
Heather Hoff. Okay, yeah, that's a good guess. She definitely has a history of phrases like that. What do you think, Boomy?
I think it's Ryan, just because
And
I know him.
all right, we got a 3-way split. Let's check out what the answer is.
We believe that you should kind of follow the path of taking very little of that resource, maximizing the use, and then return very little.
This is Scott Lathrop on a collaborative-based siting webinar, which he has given a number of working on trying to narrow in on a centralized repository for our country's nuclear spent fuel.
Wendell is killing this game. So far, 100 on 100.
Yeah. Are you all keeping track of score? Is Wendell 100%?
Yes. I only got one right. I know mine.
Well, I have one more for you. I have 2 more for you. Here's the next one. No, I have 3 more for you.
Oh, wow.
Okay. My dad told me not to go into nuclear, and as a 16-year-old teenage girl, with your first instinct when your dad tells you not to do something is to go and do it. And that's what got me into it.
That's Grace.
Grace Vanderhei. Any other guesses?
I'm going to go with Pat, I guess.
I think it's Paris.
Okay. Got 2 for Paris, 1 for Grace. The answer
I got
is
into it out of spite. My dad told me not to go into it. And as a 16-year-old teenage girl, your first instinct when your dad tells you not to do something is to go and do it.
that is Grace Vanderhei. Anybody that's ever seen Grace speak in person, especially when she was during her Miss America year 2023, she has mastered the art of storytelling, and this is always a part of her origin story with nuclear, and she delivers it very well. Cool. Let's go on to the next one. We are especially thankful for nuclear power, the cleanest, safest energy source there is, except for solar, which is just a pipe dream. Sounds like a Thanksgiving table prayer, if you ask me.
That sounds like Chris Kiefer.
Chris Kiefer, okay.
Homer Simpson.
Homer Simpson. Boomy?
No idea. Like I said,
All
I'm
right.
new to nuclear. I'm not following the influencers yet. Except
Well,
for
let's find-
Generation Atomic. Generation Atomic is the only nuclear organization I follow on Instagram
Oh.
for the memes.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, baby. Do you have a guess at least? Give yourself 1 in
I'll
4
go
shot.
with Wendell because he has most right answers.
Well, Wendell, if you're going with Wendell, you are a smart lady because that
And
is the
Lord,
correct answer.
we're especially thankful for nuclear power, the cleanest, safest energy source there is, except for solar, which is just a pipe dream.
Oh my God.
All right. I got one more for you. A note on nuclear waste. There's almost none of it. I have hugged it. Who do we got?
Eric.
Eric? Okay.
Sounds like Eric again.
It's
Y'all-
it's a true statement. I don't know if I said that though, to be
Y'all on
honest.
board with it?
Oh, you're giving away the answer.
I don't know.
Well,
It could be.
he doesn't know, but he might not remember.
Yeah.
I've dug into the archives on these, you know.
I'll go with Mark Nelson. I'll go with Mark. I'm changing my answer.
All right. Out of these 4, how many of them do you know have hugged nuclear waste?
3, I think.
3.
Yeah.
I don't know
Hi,
anything about
Eric,
drinking.
Chris.
All right, well, let's find out.
A note on nuclear waste. There is almost none of it. I have hugged it.
That was in Dubai.
Egypt.
Oh, is that Egypt? Okay.
Sharm el Sheikh.
Oh, COP27.
This was a debate that was sort of sporadically put together, where Mark convinced somebody from, I think, Greenpeace Germany to come to the IAEA pavilion to host a debate on nuclear energy. So talk about going into the lion's den there. You got to hand it to the other guy. I mean, he didn't have the audience support from the beginning, but yeah, it was a very fun debate to watch. Cool. That is the last one of that. I do have time for another one if y'all are free to play another quick one.
Sure, why not? But what's the price for losing this one?
I think, what is it? First prize or third? So first prize,
A second.
I can't remember. Second prize, a set of steak knives, and third prize, you're fired.
Oh, no.
That's a reference from a movie I can't remember the name of. Maybe you all know. All right. What do you say, host Eric? Should we do another one?
Yeah, let's do it. We got time.
Okay. Give me just a moment here. I've got to queue up the right
Okay,
one.
cool. All right. Man. So, well, who, let's see, who's the last person? I think I know the answer. Who do you think's the last person that's been inside of a nuclear facility here? Anybody? I would guess it's Pat.
Of the three of us? Oh, definitely Pat.
Yeah.
An operating nuclear facility or any state of nuclear facility?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I probably still have both. I don't know. I mean, it's been maybe 6 months since I've been in an operating facility, but
Oh, I might have you beat for
Yeah.
operating.
But yeah,
'cause
considering I report to a decommission site almost every day when I'm not traveling, which I'm in DC today, so I'm not at a site.
Oh man.
I was there yesterday.
Yeah, I think I got you beat for operating then, because and shout out Constellation had us for a tour back in end of July there, and I got to hug and kiss my second nuclear storage cask. Yeah, somebody's
I
gonna
have you beat that because I went to the high flux nuclear reactor while it was operating in October.
Oh man, so is that in Idaho?
High flux neutron, whatever the one that I got the name totally wrong. The one at Oak Ridge.
At Oak Ridge.
Reactor, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I guess you do have me beat there. Is that for Nuclear Science Week?
Yeah.
Man, that's awesome. Boomy, we got to get you out to a power plant or something.
Yeah, I think I need to get a green card first because they were
Oh.
Indian.
All right.
That does complicate things,
Yes.
unfortunately.
I wanted to visit one, but it's only for permanent residents and citizens.
Man, come on. That's
Yeah.
safety culture run awry. I tell you. Yeah, those security guards aren't messing around either. They got the big guns. Awesome. All right, Phillips, tell me that the chat is now open, so that's great. And Matt's back with another game. So take it away, Matt.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, for those of you who've touched nuclear waste casks, are they like, can you feel heat from the decaying fuel, or are they just simply the same temperature as whatever the outside air is?
Yeah, you can feel the heat.
You can feel the heat for sure. Yeah. And you can compare, because you touch like the oldest casks, and they're like the same temperature in my experience. Like you're just feeling like the concrete with sunlight on it. Like there's nothing that I can detect. And then you touch the newest ones and they're warmer. They're heated from within. Yeah, you can tell.
Awesome. Well, I put together a game called What's More Radioactive. It's a multiple choice, so pretty easy. I would say don't hold me to the most scientific accuracy on this one. I used a single source, but it's a frequently referenced source in many of the nuclear advocacy communities. So let's just hope it's mostly accurate. Okay, so this is very easy. I'm going to show you 3. You're going to guess which one is the most radioactive. Here we go. Round 1. Is it A, sleeping next to somebody for a night? B, living within 50 miles of a nuclear power plant for a year? Or C, eating a banana?
I think it's C.
It's C.
C.
Good guess. They're very close, and they're all very insignificant. But according to my source, by 0.01, is that microsieverts?
Yep.
The banana is the highest of the 3.
Right. Yeah. And with sleeping next to someone, you're getting other people's bananas for that one, right? The potassium.
The potassium that's decaying inside of their body.
Yep. Yeah. That's wild, man. I
All
knew
right.
that one, but some of these other ones I think are tricky.
Let's go to the next question. Is it A, the background dose received by an average person over a normal day? Obviously, that varies depending on where you are, but I'm just using my source. B, a dental x-ray, or C, living within 50 miles of a coal plant for a year?
Dental
C.
X-ray.
I'm leaning C.
Oh, coal plant. Sorry, I thought it was a nuclear.
I'm gonna say dental x-ray for this
But
one.
I think I'm still gonna stick with dental. Yeah.
C.
Okay, we got 2 for B, 2
Ah.
for C. The answer is
Damn.
the day, the normal day.
Finally, I'm
Wow.
winning.
That's pretty,
Yeah.
pretty wild.
Nobody got that one. Because I saw a lot of these like 3 months ago too. I'm still gonna get them wrong.
And those of you in the chat, I guess you're welcome to put your guesses in too as we go through these. I have 1, maybe 2 more. I think it's just 1 more. Let's just see. Here's the last one maybe. A, a chest x-ray. B, living in a stone, brick, or concrete building for a year. Or C, an airplane flight from New York to LA.
I'm gonna say C, but we just got burned.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go C.
conflicted with
Brick by
between
concrete.
A and C. But I feel like it's A. I'm gonna stick with the X-ray again.
I'll go C.
I'm gonna go B just to see if I get a leg up here.
All right.
It's over a
We got
year.
all answers spread across the board. Here's the actual answer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Eric.
wow.
You called it. Now,
Um,
is somebody's getting 7 microsieverts per year additional?
70.
Should we be concerned about that?
No. Not at all. Yeah. So that's still 1,000, 100,000 microsieverts is where you start to like have a very small, like measurable increase in cancer. And that's an acute dose, not spread over the course of a year. That's if you get it like that. So no, we're good.
Kind of like eating an extra banana a day, maybe? Something like that.
Yeah, sure. At least in that order.
Yeah, that's it. I should probably save the other game I have for another time if we need it.
Awesome. Well,
So
thanks,
who won,
Matt.
by the way? Who got the most correct answers? Was it Wendell?
Probably, I think.
I think
Yeah.
it was Wendell. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Nice work, Wendell. Yeah.
Wendell, I don't I don't have a prize for the least amount of correct answers, but I do have a prize for the most amount of correct answers. And that is a copy of Mike Connolly's, oh, whoa, wrong place here. Mike Connolly's new book, The LNT Report.
Nice. Nice.
Which you might are. Do you have a copy of that already, Wendell?
No.
Hey, all right. Okay, great.
I think the least correct answer should get more donations so they can spend that money to educate themselves to learn more about nuclear.
Like that.
That's clever. That's a great segue, actually. Thank you, Boomy. Yeah, let's take a look at our donation total for the hour. And then as a reminder for folks, this hour it's the Holtec gift basket, and something from us. We'll reach out and see what you want, but something from us with this Michigan design on it, that's in your size. We'll get that out to you. And then, so that's for everybody who's donated this hour. And by my last count, I believe there are 12 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Okay. There's 10. And totaling, what's this number here? Something like $400 maybe? Somewhere in there. And our average contribution amount right now is about $48 each. And we've raised $808 throughout the course. So I'll give us another couple, 3 minutes if folks want to donate. AtomAidLive.com to sneak in for this prize. And then we'll do our drawing at 10 to 1. So I'll give you a couple more minutes if you want to get in on this. And I do see some people who are donating every hour in order to try to give themselves the most chances of winning. So yeah, I guess I can call out a few folks. Hey, thank you, Philip Klein again. Thank you, Jesse Otto, Sarah Stone, Megan Brown. Thank you, Marissa Kopfhammer. Thank you, Matthew Meyer. Thanks, bro.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Emmerich, thank you. Isuru, Nuclear New York, Isuru. Nice to see your name popping up. Thank you, sir. Matthias Beckers, thank you very much. Our friend from the Netherlands. And Blake McManus, also on here. So fantastic. Great. Again, the way this fundraiser is working, we have some companies that are sponsoring just the fundraiser that helps underwrite the costs of organizing it and putting it on, and all of that. Those companies include Allo, Nano, Terrestrial, Oklo, Holtec, Lightbridge, DISA, and Orano. These companies, thank you guys very much. And then the donations are split between the different organizations that are partnering. This hour is Nuclear New York Hour, hence the New York emphasis, and our friend Boomy giving a nice presentation there. And they're doing a great work. So hopefully folks want to kick in. There's a lot of good causes to contribute to today, but Giving Tuesday, we're hoping to fuel our mission for next year. So yeah, everybody's got some big plans, keep moving the ball forward. And it's not just, you might just see a lot of the social media stuff, maybe the memes, the videos, but there's so much stuff happening behind the scenes as well. Just speaking from Generation Atomic, we have our volunteer teams that meet, once a week or every couple of weeks, government team, things like that. And they're constantly putting together comments for legislative proceedings, regulatory proceedings, weighing in on stuff, meeting with elected officials. We're always looking for more folks participating with that. And then we have, our technical research team. We're hoping to restart our education team in 2026 as well. and yeah, and then we have some localized teams as well, like our Minnesota team. So this supports us supporting them. It supports us with our fellows. We're trying to relaunch and expand our fellowship program next year. So lots of good stuff coming up, and hope folks can contribute. So, all right, after this vamping, I'm gonna click refresh one more time. See, got another donation in. Awesome. And we will let's bring Boomy back. And Boomy, I'll let you decide how many times I'm gonna roll the random number. Actually, let's see, what do we got here? I can even roll here. I got because I'm a gigantic nerd. I have D&D dice right here. So why are we using the computers? We can just use regular old dice. I'm gonna get a dice tray on the break here so I can like hold it up to the camera. But I'll let you determine how many times we are going to roll, and we have 12 people here. So we're gonna roll this 12-sided die 5 times, and then the one
5 times.
number 5. Okay, great. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and here's the roll that's gonna count. We got number 2 on here, and that is gonna be Jesse Otto. Jesse Otto. All right, congrats, Jesse. And we'll mark you down here and get in contact. Jesse's out of Pennsylvania. Thanks for donating, Jesse, and congrats. And we'll get your deets and make sure we get that package off to you. Awesome. Very, very cool. All right. So I think that's about the end of our Nuclear New York hour. Boomy, any final thoughts to share as we transition to our thank you video here?
Final thoughts. I need to say something inspiring because my story wasn't. Just do it. Just do it. Don't be intimidated. There's so many things within the nuclear industry you can do. You don't have to be an engineer or a scientist to get involved. I am working more on the management side, and I love it. Even though I come from a climate science background, I'm not doing the science part for nuclear right now, taking a break doing management. So even if you're in communications, you're a media person, you make memes, maybe you could get hired by Generation Atomic to make nuclear memes. So try your luck and go nuclear.
Heck yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Boomy. Looking forward to collaborating more. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the work you do. And yeah, let's do it. Stay rad.
Yeah, stay rad.
Cool.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, awesome. So we're going to do our thank you video, and we'll see folks at the top of the hour. And next hour, we have, it's the Generation Atomic hour. So that's fun. We're going to do lots of cool stuff. We have we're welcome Window back to play music video. And then we have our Atomic Ambassador reframe game coming up too. So awesome. I will see you guys in a few.
Hey there. I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Holt.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandell.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. I testified before both the Senate and House Energy Committees, and we've built a coalition of over 40 organizations.
In this process, we've brokered productive conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. This includes meeting with local Native leaders, where we've listened and learned about the complex history that tribes have with nuclear and about their desire for energy sovereignty.
Generation Atomic represented nuclear energy at COP30 in Brazil, the most important climate conversation of the year. This is our 9th year engaging with the UN climate process, bringing nuclear energy into these hallowed halls.
Through your support, we've also taken on incredible education initiatives. We helped bring Dr. Charlene Smith's Nuclear Engineering Boot Camp to Puerto Rico, where students learned about nuclear and even visited the retired bonus reactor. More boot camps are planned for 2026.
Our Vision Forward communication workshops continued to empower advocates. We worked with Constellation staff in Chicago, Baltimore, and Oswego, New York, helping over 300 participants craft their personal stories about why nuclear energy matters to them.
And speaking of stories, we helped bring Mike Connolly's book, The L&T Report, to the world, shattering many long-held narratives on radiation.
We're incredibly proud of our Atomic Ambassador graduates who are making a real impact, writing to legislators, publishing opinion pieces, and meeting with elected officials.
So here's the deal. With public support for nuclear power on the rise, we can't slow down. Now is the time for us to push harder to translate that goodwill into action, into building new nuclear power plants, into lifting moratorium, and to enacting real policy changes that can enable nuclear power to meet our energy goals.
We want to continue our international diplomacy and advocacy in international climate frameworks to ensure nuclear energy is represented as a true solution to climate change.
Next year, we want to expand our state level and regulatory advocacy as crucial legislation moves forward across the country.
We want to reach even bigger audiences with the creative, engaging content that makes nuclear energy accessible to everyone.
And we want to bring back our fellowship program. Talented young people who learn about nuclear energy, produce excellent work, and then carry the nuclear story to new communities.
But we need your help to make this happen.
Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us expand this growing movement of advocates.
It enables us to influence the international stage.
It allows us to create content that reaches millions and changes minds.
My challenge to you, make a gift so we can continue inspiring hearts and minds about the incredible potential of nuclear energy. From all of us,
thank you.
Amazing. Oh gosh. Welcome back to hour 3 of our 6-hour nuclear advocacy fundraising extravaganza. I'm your host, Eric Meyer. We had some good times the last couple hours here. We had Stand Up for Nuclear on, and we had Nuclear New York, and played some fun games. Had our friends from Holtec join us, and now we are going into the Generation Atomic Hour. So this will be a chance for us to talk a little bit about our programs, what we've been up to, and reminisce about some successes throughout the course of last year. We are trying to raise some money here to support our mission. We have a goal of $12,000, which is a big goal, big number. We are almost 1/12 of the way there. We got $860 raised so far from 16 different donors. Very, very cool. Thank you guys. And I know we have a few folks that are planning on giving later. This hour is the Gen A Bookworm Pack. So each hour we got a drawing for everybody who donates that hour. And this particular one is a bunch of cool books that we've had some role in creating or promoting over the years. So this one, the one you see on the bottom is Let's Save Our Planet. Actually do have a couple color copies. I'll put a color copy in. This one's black and white, but it's a amazing story written by some French authors. It's like a graphic novel about how nuclear is good for the environment, essentially. Pretty rare book too, honestly. Then we have LNT report, which is included with this one. It just came out like a month and change ago. Earth is a Nuclear Planet, another Jenny produced book by Mike Conley, Tim Maloney. I have a signed copy of Climate Gamble. This is one of the things that got me started in advocacy. There's Rowley's signature there. Is handing out this book at the climate talks in Paris. So there's only, I think I have one signed copy left is all. So you got one of these rare edition. And then we, as a kind of a project we did with a volunteer, we made this kind of parody of Green Eggs and Ham called Nuclear Eggs and Ham. And there's only like 4 copies of these in existence. So another very rare item. And we got original art by a Jenny volunteer, Linnea Cooley. Thank you, Linnea, for your work on this. Very, very cool. And something that we can't actually sell because, Dr. Seuss's estate has very good lawyers, but we can give it away. Awesome. And what else? Just checking oh, right. Gosh, I'm forgetting some of our kind of our donation totals that didn't come through this particular website. I'm getting reminded of. So we got $3,000 from Eddie Hunt, who we saw earlier. So that brings our total actually up to $3,860. So very, very cool. Thank you, Eddie. I've also been getting some emails from people saying like, hey, I just initiated a donation through my donor advised fund. So we'll add those up too. I saw one come in from Gene Nelson recently. We'll get those added up in our total as we go. So we get a full accounting of everything. So yeah, thank you to all of those that have donated. We're getting there, getting towards our goal, and it's looking good. And now we are going to welcome, now we are going to talk about leadership roles. So I mentioned our volunteer teams a little bit earlier. And we are actually, so we have our volunteer team captains or team leads, and some of our current ones are moving on to some fun, greater things, I guess. So one of them is Ben Casper, who is heading up our government team for the last couple of years. And he was selected by the American Nuclear Society for a congressional fellowship. So he's going to be working in Senator Mark Kelly's office and maybe holding on to his dreams of being an astronaut someday. But in the meantime, making sure that nuclear perspectives are well represented in the halls of Congress, and working on some other legislation too. But big shoes to fill. But if folks watching are interested, and I really encourage you to apply, and we'll put links in the chats here, and I think we'll be sending out an email with the application. That's what it is, to join our volunteer teams and perhaps in a leadership role. So that's coming up, and we'll have elections in the early part of next year. But it's a great opportunity to get more involved and build out your resume. Very, very cool. And that website, by the way, generationatomic.org/get-involved. If you want to sign up to do more volunteering. Okay, now we are going to welcome one of our fellows who started out and worked her way into becoming our policy coordinator. This is Madison Schroeder, not Pat O'Brien, as it says. But Madison, it's been so fun working with you over the years and doing good work in all the different state legislatures and different NRC meetings we've participated in. It's just been awesome, and I'm excited for what the future may hold for us. So yeah, you're going to tell us a little bit about what we have planned next year for our state fellowships, right?
Yeah, Eric, you're reminding me of how much cool Gen A merch there is, with each of these outfit changes. Yeah, so over the past 3 years, the government team in Generation Atomic has been focusing mostly at the state level. And that's because so much development has happened there across the United States. And what we've noticed is that this legislation passes better, and it does better when there's involved grassroots support. So support from people who have ties to the community, ties to the state, and the carbon-free, clean electricity that's developed, generated in the state. And at the same time, we're noticing that, younger people might be a little bit less trustworthy or involved in their local politics and state politics. And for a happy and healthy functioning democracy, we've put together the State Nuclear Fellows Program, which kind of bridges the gap between this lack of grassroots support at the state level and this professional development, democratic engagement gap at the national interstate level. So what we're wanting to pursue in the next year is 2 fellows from 2 different states that will really develop this legislative grassroots experience in their state in the nuclear energy space. And over the last 2 years, we've followed over 270 pieces of legislation, and we know where these gaps are and which policies need the most support. And so what we're hoping is that these fellows will not only get really valuable policy and professional development experience that they'll be able to take with them when they're done with the program, but help to develop more of this support for nuclear legislation at the state level, where we're seeing drastic changes and critical legislation being pursued, including moratoriums, feasibility studies, workforce development programs, and they need support. And so it's our aim to expand on our existing fellowship program and really tailor to the state level efforts that we've seen have been really critical across the U.S.
Madison, you still there?
Oh, did I freeze?
Oh, yeah, just for a sec here. Yeah, continue.
Oregon Internet. So yeah, our aim is that we're able to get enough support to be able to support both of these fellows through January to July. And what they'll really do is the first portion of this program is they'll get really the framework and the building blocks of what it means to be a nuclear advocate and what it means to be a legislative advocate. So that's understanding how legislative processes work, who the stakeholders are, who really needs to be involved in order for this legislation to pass and be successful and get bipartisan support. And then the second portion of this program is really this hands-on work. It's tracking policies, finding ways to submit written and verbal testimony, make relationships with the stakeholders in the state that really matter, in not only making sure that the legislation passes, but that it's carried out effectively. And so our hope is that after the fellows have completed this program, they not only have the skills to, be better nuclear advocates, which is one of the main missions of Generation Atomic, but also they have the skills to be better civic participants and know how their state politics works outside of nuclear as well. So we're really excited about the opportunity to pursue this, and we've got a really great qualified team to run it.
Heck yeah. Yeah. And this has really just been building for years now, right?
Right.
Thinking back to some of our previous fellows that are doing some good stuff. Jeff Luce was awesome. We did great work with him. Now he's off working for Reason magazine, bringing the nuclear perspective in.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, Madison, when you kind of think back, any campaigns come to mind, stuff you're proud of, that we worked on together?
There are several. One is Diablo Canyon is one of the highlights of being with Generation Atomic, going to the rally several years ago to the passage of legislation that would extend its operations. But one of the ones I'm most proud of is I'm in Oregon at the University of Oregon, and we have a current moratorium. And in this past year, we were able to get the first pro-nuclear coalition of voters in the state to support bills to remove this moratorium. And this is the first time since it's been the moratorium's been enacted that the bill got past introduction, that it made it to committee and made it out of committee. And so for a state that is very anti-nuclear, part of the heart of the anti-nuclear movement, there are people out supporting legislation that is getting legislative support and some movement. And it's just to show that, this type of work matters. With meeting with pretty much every legislator, it's like, well, I need to know that my constituents support it. And then we'll find a constituents in their district who will reach out to them and say, like, that's me. And so California, Oregon, Illinois, there's just been so much movement across the US in recent years, and it's not slowing down at all.
Yeah. We can add Minnesota to that list too.
Yeah.
Testifying multiple times, building the coalition we have here. It's I realize that we aren't likely to be leaders in the vanguard of of nuclear developments here, but I do think we need to be ready, like all the states with moratoriums. We got to be ready for that like second wave of build outs that we know need to happen to meet the electrical demand that we have as a country, and that's growing. So yeah, that's why like nuclear advocacy is so important, because if we don't show up, it's going to be by and large just the companies often that are, they have a financial stake in this, so they're seen with less credibility sometimes by whatever commission or board that needs to approve things, and then the opponents of this, your nuke watches of the world, who are mobilizing and getting to these things to throw fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and kind of leave out the broader perspective of why this is so important. How the most dangerous nuclear reactor is the one that is never built, because of what continues to operate instead, which is coal plants, gas plants, stuff like this, where it's like literally demonstrable public health impact, worsening climate impact. All that stuff. So we need to show up and do everything we can to advance this.
I agree. And I think beyond just the grassroots support for these policies, the growth and development of the fellows we've had in recent years has just been astonishing, and being able to see them go on and use the skills that they've learned and the experience that they have to be really impactful, not just in the nuclear space, but as human beings, is really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. This might be a good time to shout out some of our longtime volunteers and donors who have been participating in the government team and helping out with the state fellowships, even when we don't have state fellowships happening. So yeah, huge shout out to Jim Hopf, who I've known for almost 10 years now, and done so much good work with. It's amazing seeing like the comments we worked on for like the hydrogen tax credit guidance from in the Inflation Reduction Act end up like in the final document. Just as an example, and Jim was really big on that project. Also, let's see, I already mentioned Ben.
Chris Bergen has
Chris,
been.
yeah, that's right, Chris.
He always knows what's going on in the nuclear world and be able to provide such a perspective on
Yeah.
so many of the, updates and developments in the nuclear space.
Right. And now we're seeing Dwayne Arnold
Dwayne Arnold,
on the cusp of
gosh.
a restart right in Chris's backyard.
Right.
So that's awesome. Let's see. And there's a few other folks I know
Franz Kopp.
Franz, yep.
Yep.
Franz has been great for keeping us up to date on what's happening in Texas.
Sean Noyes, who's had immense success recently in Massachusetts, and we're really excited to see what the legislative session looks like there because of his efforts.
Yeah.
Matteo Reardon, who was able to testify in Pennsylvania, just so many people from so many different states that do great work.
Matteo, right. Yeah. And we're going to see Matteo a little bit later this hour for the Reframe game. So we'll park it there, Madison, for now. We'll welcome you back a little bit later, I believe.
Right.
Or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm playing a game later.
Okay, cool. All right, great. We'll see you later. Thank you for sharing. And then we'll bring Wendell back to talk about one of my highlights of the year. Filming a music video in Slovakia. What was that day like at the Mochovce nuclear plant from your perspective, Wendell? What comes to mind when you reminisce? And let's see if I'm
muted.
There we go.
That whole experience was rather weird because I did not know I was going to be going to the IAEA conference until the last minute. I'd already left for a trip. So I think the greatest thing that comes out of that trip is my badge for the UN, which looks like I got arrested by the UN. And it's my mugshot. But no, that was my first visit to an operating nuclear plant outside of the high flux neutron reactor, the only one, but they're completely different animals. So it was a quick leap into the nuclear world in that 1 week period, going from not knowing I was going to IAEA to walking around that power plant, which was gigantic, and meeting Kyle Hill, spending 5 hours in the car with him, which is a hoot, and also meeting Guido, who is I've kept in touch constantly since that event. But of course, spending an hour in the cooling tower was something most people besides the contractors have ever done, I think.
I know how lucky that we've made some friends at a plant that was building a couple new reactors, but they weren't quite completed yet. Because other than during a refueling outage or like an unscheduled reactor trip, you can't usually go into those without getting like soaked. And usually during those things that I mentioned, the plants are so busy, they don't want to do any kinds of tours or anything like that. So that was, what a memory. Okay. Philip is messaging me saying he remembers calling you, Wendell, while you were getting on the plane to Europe and letting you know that Gen A could hook you up.
Yeah, that was a funny phone call because I was trying to get, I hope Krellenstein isn't listening to this.
Yeah.
I was trying to get some info out of Philip to make sure I didn't, all my, what I thought was correct knowledge was actually correct before I went into a meeting with James Krellenstein. And then Philip was very helpfully supplying me with all of the information I needed to not look like a newbie. And that is when I got the invite. And that was because I had a layover. My connection to Europe got canceled, so I had to wait one more day in Newark. Of course, it was Newark. And So I decided to have a meeting with James and yada, yada, yada. Do you want to go to the UN in Vienna and go to the IAEA? And I only had like shorts and flip flops, and I had shaved.
Yeah.
Just because I was just going to be with friends, and so my mugshot at the UN is fantastic. But that was it all worked out great. While I was at the UN, I started doing my bingo card of Chris Kiefer guests, a couple guests, and stalked Mark Nelson, and just kind of from there, it has exploded into a fantastic first year of being Xerxes Foundation.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And yeah, every time I listen to a decouple episode and it says like, brought to you in part by the Xerxes Foundation, a big smile pops up on my face, because that podcast has been so helpful for so many people to understand the issues and like with depth and nuance. So I was torn what to wear this hour, but I do also often rep the Decouple podcast t-shirt. So there you go. Awesome. Well, we've teased our video a little bit, and people can watch this at any time. It's on our YouTube channel, but I thought maybe we'd set it up in reaction mode, and we can so Philip can put our faces up next to the music video, and we'll play that, and feel free to talk over it, and if anything comes to mind.
I'm not in the video till the very end doing this out of like, not in a beat.
Yeah.
No rhythm.
That was so helpful though, to actually demonstrate the acoustics though. And if you hadn't been clapping, I wouldn't have had that. Like because you say an hour in a cooling tower, but I think we were only in there for about 25 minutes. Like it was, because that's at least how, like, if you add up all the footage I have, it's like half of that. And so
we were the vlogger. We had to have been.
It was fast. Maybe if you include when you're outside, but it was fast. So we had to get it right. That's for sure. Awesome. All right, Philip, if you're ready with the video, we'll take it. Awesome. Okay, and I'm not hearing audio quite yet. Oh, there we go. My bad. We're good. Deceptively steep.
Guido's in this video. That's right here.
Lights grow dim as darkness gathers near. The wind and sun have gone again, I fear. The vital flow that makes the good life sweet must power us through winter's cold and summer's heat.
And I had just finished the lyrics to this like the day before, and I was just trying so hard not to forget.
But wait the atom, thence beyond compare.
So huge.
Safe within lies power for millions there.
Shot.
Where atoms split in never-ending streams, could this now power
So
The protective
this
equipment was so sexy.
Nice. This is Kyle Hill filming this, by the way. That's his shot.
Yeah, he's an expert, yeah, for sure. It was fun watching him film it.
Atom glowing blue and bright, your quiet fire outlasts the night. From deep within your singing corn, give nations hope, give nations more.
I think in America, one of those design, I think.
Wendell cameo.
To clouds of
I gotta keep muting myself so I don't sing along.
bring back the future. Now's the time when we restart, and indeed we must. A radiant future waits. It waits for us.
Oh my goodness. Wendell's big percussion solo coming up here. That was what an experience, man. I'm always curious if people realize I was text painting a cooling tower with clouds there. Did you pick up on that? Obvious enough.
Well, I mean, I've seen the text. Is that what you mean?
It's shaped like a cooling tower and then clouds. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't pick up.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There we
Big
go.
helmet.
Amazing. Yeah. That audio equipment line there, Joe Berger, by the way, without him, we wouldn't have this video, because with everything we had to remember to bring, microphones, cameras, IDs, all the different stuff in my pockets, one of the most important pieces of it that I forgot in my bag and didn't bring on the tour was my headphones. And without Joe Berger being like, "Oh yeah, I got some AirPods in my car," and just be like, "Here, borrow my headphones," I wouldn't have been able to sing synced up to the track, and we wouldn't have been able to make that video. So thank you, Joe, for bailing me out massively. And God, I'll just never the moment I realized I didn't have them, just like the gut punch. But oh my God, and then the relief. Oh, man. Yeah.
Well, I had that experience going in because I had forgot my passport.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And they were gonna like make you sit out.
That was bad news. Yeah,
oh
but we shouldn't maybe say that or expose them. But
yes,
we had a picture of it.
Yes, yes, we did. Yeah.
I had taken it out of my backpack for safekeeping.
Oh yeah, a lot of almost bad things happened on that trip, but we lucked out. Jean in the comments mentions that her daughter-in-law, Gabby Hag Nelson, also has a video singing, and it's actually in that same cooling tower. This is amazing. So check that out. Hers is a it's in, I want to say Italian, maybe a different language. It's a Mozart aria, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, you should check that out if you want to hear another take. And we have designs of someday doing a duet in a cooling tower. Hopefully we can pull that off. We'll see. Well, thank you for reminiscing with me on that, Wendell, and thank you for being such an incredible supporter of our movement between us and Decouple and Chris's amazing work. It's really a huge service to our cause, and I can't thank you enough. So appreciate that. Yeah. And then thanks for taking time out of your busy day to join us here. Yeah, coming up.
Carbondale.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, well, it's probably good skiing this time of year, so you could be. No, no, okay. Well,
Our first snow, we got an inch.
okay, all right. Fingers crossed for you guys. Awesome. Well, we'll. I think we'll say goodbye for now, and we're gonna pop over to our station break video, and then we'll come back with our Atomic Ambassador reframe game. So thanks again, Wendell, and thanks to our viewers for following along. And we'll see you at the other side.
All right.
All right. Peace. All righty. All right. Back on the other side of that, if folks were paying attention, you saw our some of the companies that have sponsored this event today. Another big thank you to all of those. So that includes Allo, Nano, Terrestrial, Oklo, Holtec, Lightbridge, DISA, and Orano. I think I've been nailing that. They again are kind of underwriting all of the organizing costs for this event, so we can share the proceeds from the donations with all the partnering organizations. So far, we've had Stand Up for Nuclear, we've had Nuclear New York. This is the Gen A Hour. Next, we got Native Nuclear, Nuclear Alternative Project, and Mothers for Nuclear coming up a little bit later. But for the second part of this hour, we're going to welcome my brother back, Matt, to talk about our Atomic Ambassador program. Some of our flagship trainings, advocacy trainings come out of this. We did a bunch of them for Constellation earlier this year. And we've done a lot for just individuals around the world who are looking to make a difference for nuclear in their communities. And so we're going to bring Matt back, talk about that, and we're going to do a game related to that. So yeah, Matt, take it away.
All right. Thank you. So the Atomic Ambassador Program is one of our premier programs that we have through Generation Atomic. We came to understand there's a lot of newcomers into the nuclear advocacy space back in 2021 when we started it. I think this is right around the time when nuclear is becoming cool. And there are a lot of people that were interested in becoming advocates in one way, shape, or form. Maybe didn't know how to get started or take their first steps, get their feet wet, how to talk to people about nuclear. And at that point, we've been doing this for quite a while. I think we were one of the earlier nuclear advocacy organizations on the scene. And so we decided to create sort of a training and sort of a guidebook to help people take their first steps. There's a lot of big names in nuclear out there, big voices in nuclear. You know, we've got the Eric Myers, the Mark Nelsons, Chris Kiefers, Isabel Bolmeckis. But, you know, where the next star is going to come from. And I think the ultimate vision of this program is this can serve as, you know, potential feedstock in getting a bunch of new people into nuclear advocacy, giving them some sort of a base level communications training, giving them a portfolio of activities that we've done, tried, true, and tested, and tell them how to do it, what they need to do it, and how to pull it off. And also in the end, sort of connecting them with organizations that can help them get going. So, you know, whether it's our organization, on our website, we do actually have a map of nuclear advocacy organizations spread out throughout the world. And so this is sort of your guidebook. You can access this training, by the way, and get involved with the Atomic Ambassadors group just simply by going to our website. You can find it on the website. It's one of the drop-down menus, or just generationatomic.org/atomic ambassador, or something like that. But I thought probably one of the best ways to sort of feature what we do with the Atomic Ambassador training is to sort of host it around a little game. And I invited two of my favorite Atomic Ambassadors on to help me out with this, and that is Guido Nunez and Mateo Riordan. So let's bring them on.
Awesome. While Philip's queuing that up, I just do a brief donation update. So again, we are doing the Gen A Bookworm Pack, big stack of awesome nuclear books, as well as a couple magnets and stickers. These are the books. And what else? And we got right now there's I'm counting 5 donors this hour. Also, our donation total has gone up quite a bit because I was realizing I wasn't counting donations that were in a different place. And also we had some more donations. So now we are up to a total of $5,251. Amazing. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Yeah, it's you're doing good work here, and we're going to do good work with your funds that you're sharing with us. Thank you. And yeah, whenever we're ready, we can pop Guido and Mateo in here.
All right. Great. Guido's joining us from the car. Welcome, Mateo, joining us from his home in Pennsylvania, I imagine. Awesome. And I also asked if Eric could step in and be sort of the third wheel here. Now, the general training of the Atomic Ambassadors is more of a communications training. We don't do the technical training. You can get that just about anywhere. And what we specialize in is communications. And I've created a game called the Reframe game. I think I'll get into that in just a minute, but I did want to get Guido and Mateo a chance to introduce themselves. maybe you can talk about just a brief glimpse of your origin story, how you got into nuclear, and maybe how you got connected to the Atomic Ambassadors. And Guido, would you like to go next or first?
I have been sort of anti-nuclear for a bit, and then I realized, okay, we need nuclear, but I wasn't super interested in it. Like, sure, someone else will do it. And then the sky turned orange on me. I live in San Francisco Bay Area, and 5 years ago we had this inversion. I'm like, I need to do something, and I became one of the activists that tried, were successful saving Diablo Canyon, and realizing that I really had a lot of gaps in my knowledge and trying to relate to people that have been doing this for a while, I came up to Atomic Ambassadors, and this has been super helpful for me and has allowed me to make friends everywhere, all over around the world, literally.
Thanks. And that is very true, Guido. You have been all over the world. I know you just got back from COP. You were in Vienna with us, and just about every time I talk to you, you're on a plane going somewhere. I'm guessing you might be heading to the airport now. Is that right?
No. I was getting a medical appointment, and now I'm heading back home.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us even on the road. Matteo, tell us a little bit about your origin of getting into nuclear, how you got connected to the Atomic Ambassadors.
Yeah, so my name is Matteo. I am from southeastern Pennsylvania, about an hour and a half from 3 Mile Island, which is kind of the beginning of my story. Beginning my story, I was very anti-nuclear, and partially because of this documentary about the 3 Mile Island accident on Netflix called Meltdown. So I watched that, and after that, as anyone would be, I was very afraid of nuclear energy. Until I rewatched it and actually did my own research until I learned that, wow, we really need to implement nuclear energy. And it was around that time that I discovered the nuclear pop art contest that Generation Atomic was having. And I found that they also had this Atomic Ambassador program. And I really wanted to get involved in the nuclear advocacy space. So I completed the program this May. And I have been a part of their government team ever since, and advocating by speaking to legislators, attending public comment hearings, specifically for the Crane Clean Energy Center restart, not too far from me. So that's how I got into it.
I do remember the NRC public comment that you gave, and you knocked it out of the park.
Thank you.
I also understand you have a Ford Model T, which you based your YouTube channel around?
Model A, but yes. Close enough.
Not every young man gets a Ford Model A for a cruising vehicle.
Correct. That's true.
All right. So the game I put together is called the Atomic Ambassador Reframe game. We've got 2 rounds. If you happen to be in the audience, please pay attention because you'll get a chance to vote on your favorite response at the end here. But this first round, we call it the quick flip. And to describe it, basically in 45 seconds or less, give me your best response to an objection. The objection I'm going to give all of you is the same. And that is nuclear is too expensive. And we're looking for you to use your Atomic Ambassador training. So there's 2 parts I want you to try to incorporate into your response. One is to acknowledge that the concern is valid. And then the second part is to reframe that they're concerned by connecting it to nuclear in a positive way. So 2 parts there. And I think we'll just go one at a time, unless, well, why don't we have Guido go first? He's in the car. I'm going to have Eric join in on this one as well. Is that cool, Eric?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, Guido, I tell you, nuclear is too expensive.
What's your response?
I know that 10, $15 billion is a lot of money. So it sounds like a lot of money. But what exactly are you paying for? You're not just paying for electricity when you realize that. First, you're paying for 80 years of electricity, not just 20 or 30 years. You're paying for electricity for you, for your children, and for your grandchildren. You're not only paying for this, you're paying for cleaner air. You have to use coal, you don't have to use natural gas. You're paying for less carbon emissions, for stable jobs, for lower electricity prices. We know that when the power plant is disconnected, like it happened in Sweden and Germany, electricity prices and volatility go up. So you're paying for a lot more than electricity. So when you think about all that, is it really expensive?
Thanks. I like that. Yeah, so nuclear is expensive. Yeah, but we're not ashamed of it because you get a lot more from it. Great. Mateo, go ahead next. If I come up to you, I tell you nuclear is too expensive, what's a good way to respond to that?
I understand where you're coming from, and as a taxpayer, and I know that all of us are probably taxpayers, it's very important that we use our money responsibly. But I think that is one of the reasons why nuclear energy is what we should pursue, as it is very long lasting. As Guido mentioned, that these plants have been around for 80 years and are still producing baseload, reliable energy and negligible effects to the environment. And another reason is because nuclear energy is different in compared to other energy sources such as coal and other fossil fuels, in that they have no environmental impact and have no impact on climate change. They actually help us because they provide sources of energy that are baseload, like coal and other fossil fuels, but they are clean and will provide clean air for our future.
Awesome. Good acknowledgement there. Hey, I understand it's expensive, or I also think that we need to make smart choices with our money. I like that one. Cool. Eric, nuclear is too expensive. What do you say?
Actually, it's not. So you're wrong. It's actually really cheap when you think about it, and when you amortize, the cost over 100 years, then it's like really, really cheap. So you need to get over your concerns about expense.
Screw you. Your opinion sucks. Listen to me.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna pop up poll if I can find it. Ooh, here we go. And if you're an audience member, you should have a chance to vote your favorite response. Some great responses. Eric taking the contrarian path to our typical training there.
I may have a different set of instructions than our other contestants.
We have all seen that in the comment sections.
All right, I'll keep it up for about 5 seconds here to get your votes in.
Oh, I'm getting sympathy votes here. Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm gonna end it. Sharing the results. We had a Guido with a slight edge there, 50%. Guido, great job. You won round one. Great. So the second round here is going to be very quick. I thought this would be kind of a fun speed round. And basically, I'm going to give you a criticism of nuclear. And I think I'm going to give you the criticism is, I'll keep it very generic. It's going to be nuclear energy creates dangerous waste. Okay. And then how we play this round is it's the first player has 10 seconds to reframe it. And once you reframe it,
you just give a different perspective, right? Once you reframe it, once you finish your reframe, we pass it to the next player. And then they have 10 seconds to push it further without repeating what you said. And then it passes to the third one to push it further. So I have an example here. Like, let's say if the criticism was nuclear waste is too expensive. Maybe the first person would say, well, long lifespans mean that they deliver cheap and stable power over decades. And then it passes to the next person, and they have to build from that and say something like, and the stability protects communities from volatile prices. And then it passes on to the next one and says, and stable prices mean businesses can grow without uncertainty. So basically, it's you get 10 seconds to get a reframe in, and then you pass it to the next person, they get 10 seconds, and you pass it to the next person, they get 10 seconds. And we'll just see how quickly you can come up with like different perspectives on a reframe without repeating what was said before. Makes sense so far? And we're going to cycle through.
I think so. Am I still supposed to do a bad job?
Up to you. Up to you.
All right.
But we're just going to go for 3 rounds. And if you get stuck on a round when it's your turn, it just passes to the next one.
Okay.
I'll give you about 10 seconds. I think we should start with Mateo this time. How does that sound, Mateo?
Sounds good to me.
So I didn't give you this before, so you're totally ad-libbing here. But my criticism is nuclear energy creates dangerous radioactive waste.
Well, I get where you're coming from that it's dangerous waste. This waste has already been managed with dry cask storage, and it's proven that it's not hazardous in the way that it's stored currently.
We'll pass it to Eric.
Yeah, I mean, you've maybe seen some pictures out there. I've personally hugged and even kissed nuclear waste, and look at me. I'm not. I don't have any additional fingers or toes yet, so it's safe.
Pass to Guido. You're on mute.
I would say it's potentially dangerous if mismanaged, but precisely because we know the risk, we make sure it's safe. And as a result, in all those history of civilian nuclear power in the U.S., there's 0 deaths because of nuclear waste.
All right, pass it back to Mateo.
And because of can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And there's been no recorded deaths, as Guido mentioned, and that's because of while we should have a better plan for storing waste like we had at Yucca Mountain, our current system is good for many more decades to come until we find a solution that works for everyone.
Pass it to Eric.
Yeah, so we've already established that you can hug and kiss nuclear waste in a spent fuel storage cask. But did you know that after about 500 years, it doesn't even have to be in the storage cask? At that point, you actually have to eat it for it to hurt you. So it's make a great paperweight.
Pass it to Guido.
And something that people forget is that what the same sort of stuff that's found in the cask, it's also natural. There's a cave in Africa, not far from where we evolved, where natural nuclear reactions happened billions of years ago. And it's fine. Nothing happened. We grew up there. So what's the problem?
We got one more round. Mateo, last turn.
And I'd like to bring a different perspective. Coal plants' waste is in our air, is in us. Nuclear plants' waste are all accounted for on their storage sites. And they're way less harmful than pollutants from fossil plants.
Ooh, there's a heater. Eric?
That's true. And, try to fit all of the world's coal ash on a football field. It's not happening. You'd be stacking that thing to the moon. But with nuclear waste, yeah, you can fit it all on a football field. Will it be unshielded and irradiate anyone who comes close to it? Yes. But if we're gonna store it properly, it'd still be less than 30 acres.
And finally, Guido.
And that is not waste. That's a repository of fuel for the future of our species, because with new kinds of reactors, you can recycle it and recycle it and recycle it in a virtuous circle. It's not waste, it's the future.
It's only waste if you waste it. Very good. All right, I'm going to launch a poll for the audience. You get to vote on your favorite answers.
I was definitely going for the edgelord arguments there. Uranium, new food group? Yes or no?
Be afraid of it. Uranium.
Give it about 5 more seconds.
Oh my God. Funny. Yeah, we jest a little bit, but the ambassadors group really is about having these conversations in ways that are friendly and persuasive and sensitive to different perspectives on the issue. So we're having some fun today.
Yeah, Mateo, if I was allowed to vote, I would have voted for you. My favorite one was your last one there.
Thank you.
Basically pretty well spread out, tied across the board. We end up getting a tie between Guido and Eric on that last one. Cool. Well, that wraps up the Atomic Ambassador Reframe game. Once again, if you're interested in taking the Atomic Ambassador training, you can do it on our website. We do meet up every couple of weeks, and you get to hang out with people like me, Eric, Guido, Mateo, except he hasn't been here lately. He's in our government team. You can join the government team for him. Cool.
Awesome. Great.
Any final words before we transition out into the next hour?
Well, I just wanted to give a final big thank you to all the advocacy, Guido and Mateo. You guys are awesome. It's Gen A volunteers and allies that do the real work. So really appreciate all you guys' participation, and yeah, hope to see you in some future meetings.
Yeah, I would like to say something. My background is not in nuclear. 5 years ago, I wasn't super involved. And one of the reasons why I went so deep down the rabbit hole and I changed it, and now it's my career. Now that's what I do to make a living. It's because of people like you, because there is such an amazing, kind community that welcomes you with open arms and makes sure that you learn and there are no stupid questions. And I really wanted to use this time and this opportunity to thank you all, those who came before me and have been so supportive, who have mentored me. I wouldn't be here not only without your knowledge, but without your friendly and kind and welcoming attitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Guido. Oh man.
Thanks, Guido.
Yeah. Thanks again, Mateo, for being here. We'll say goodbye for now. And we'll do our drawing here. So this is the Gen A Bookworm Pack. We've had some incredible donations come in this last hour, and I just got to call out some of them here. So we had Gene Nelson with $400. Thank you, Gene. Eddie Hunt mentioned earlier, but again, $3,000. Thank you, Eddie. Eric Hunter with $100. Thank you. Wendy, Simon Pearson with $370. Thank you. Mac with 500 some bucks. Mary, $100. Bernadette, 500. Thank you so much. And then Jim, our super volunteer extraordinaire, Jim Hoff, jumps out of planes on the weekends. Total badass. Coming in with $3,100 for Gen A. So holy cow. I'm gonna blush. Thank you so much, all of you guys. This is incredible hour. Really kicked it in a high gear here. And I'm checking that'll bring up our total to $8,460. So we're getting there, getting pretty close to our $12,000 goal. And holy cow. And we got we just finished hour 3, so I got a few more to go. Let's do our drawing here. So unless just double check if we saw anybody come in with Give Butter, Philip, I want to make sure they're included in our drawing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, looks like I can roll an 8-sided die. Unless we had anybody sneak in. Okay, no, nobody in Give Butter. All right. So we got an 8-sided die here. Let's roll. Let's see. Let's roll this critical roll, official critical roll 8-sided die here. And we're going to go, the top one's going to be a low number. Okay. All right. So see what we got here. We got number 3. So that is Eric Hunter. Congrats, Eric Hunter, on winning our Gen A Bookworm pack. So there's our 3 on our dice. So as long as we have like even numbers, we're set. I could do, actually, if it wasn't, I could just do re-rolls on high ones. But Eric will get your info and send you these books. Thank you so much. And that wraps up our Gen A hour. We're going to do our thank you video. I'm going to snarf down some soup here, and we'll come back with Native Nuclear next hour, which is going to be incredible. Thanks again so much, everybody. We'll see you in a few.
Hey there. I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Holt.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. I testified before both the Senate and House Energy Committees, and we've built a coalition of over 40 organizations.
In this process, we've brokered productive conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. This includes meeting with local Native leaders, where we've listened and learned about the complex history that tribes have with nuclear and about their desire for energy sovereignty.
Generation Atomic represented nuclear energy at COP30 in Brazil, the most important climate conversation of the year. This is our 9th year engaging with the UN climate process, bringing nuclear energy into these hallowed halls.
Through your support, we've also taken on incredible education initiatives. We helped bring Dr. Charlene Smith's Nuclear Engineering Bootcamp to Puerto Rico, where students learned about nuclear and even visited the retired bonus reactor. More boot camps are planned for 2026.
Our Vision Forward communication workshops continued to empower advocates. We worked with Constellation staff in Chicago, Baltimore, and Oswego, New York, helping over 300 participants craft their personal stories about why nuclear energy matters to them.
And speaking of stories, we helped bring Mike Connolly's book, The L&T Report, to the world, shattering many long-held narratives on radiation.
We're incredibly proud of our Atomic Ambassador graduates who are making a real impact, writing to legislators, publishing opinion pieces, and meeting with elected officials.
So here's the deal. With public support for nuclear power on the rise, we can't slow down. Now is the time for us to push harder to translate that goodwill into action, into building new nuclear power plants, into lifting moratorium, and to enacting real policy changes that can enable nuclear power to meet our energy goals.
We want to continue our international diplomacy and advocacy in international climate frameworks to ensure nuclear energy is represented as a true solution to climate change.
Next year, we want to expand our state level and regulatory advocacy as crucial legislation moves forward across the country.
We want to reach even bigger audiences with the creative, engaging content that makes nuclear energy accessible to everyone.
And we want to bring back our fellowship program. Talented young people who learn about nuclear energy, produce excellent work, and then carry the nuclear story to new communities.
But we need your help to make this happen.
Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us expand this growing movement of advocates.
It enables us to influence the international stage.
It allows us to create content that reaches millions and changes minds.
My challenge to you, make a gift so we can continue inspiring hearts and minds about the incredible potential of nuclear energy. From all of us,
thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Man, it just makes me smile seeing all of our staff folks telling stories about our year, and we got a great team here, and we have a great group of supporters, which includes you. Thank you again for those just joining us. We have raised almost $8,500 towards our $12,000 goal. We are giving away something every hour. This hour, Jen A's kicking in a few things. I think we're going to do the Jen A swag pack, which is a couple t-shirts and some buttons and magnets. And then we have I believe a hat associated with our guest, who we will have joining us right now. Hey, Scott, welcome.
Hey, how you doing today? Glad to be here.
Man. So good. Man, I'm imagining what it would actually be like to be sitting on the Bouchon Trail with Diablo in the background.
Yeah, it's so beautiful today. It's a wonderful day today, nice and clear.
Oh man, I absolutely adore that hike, and only done it a handful of times, but every time I'm in San Luis Obispo, I try to get out there. And that's these are the lands of your people, right?
That's correct. That's correct. Definitely. You were talking a little bit earlier about having a little bit of swag to give away. Just I have all kinds of hats here today. I mean, whether you want blue, white, whatever, whoever wins the raffle definitely will get their address, and we'll get some stuff out to them for sure.
Amazing. Awesome. Yeah. So the way we're doing it, everybody who donates every hour gets entered. And then I've been just rolling because I'm a giant nerd and I have many polyhedrons here. Just been rolling and that's how I've been picking it. So
yeah, that's great. I hear that you're up to about 8,500 or something like that. So I'm really looking for a big hour here. We're going to push it past 12, right? So everybody online, get the checkbooks out. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Awesome. Scott, I understand. Did you have a few slides?
Yeah,
for
just a
us
few
today?
slides just to kind of set the stage and give you a little bit of background. As you mentioned earlier, that this is my homeland, and you'll notice that we have Diablo Canyon Power Plant that sits on our homeland. Actually, it's built on one of our ancestral village sites. And it's kind of interesting because our tribe has had a rather unique connection with the plant for over around 40 years or so. We have tribal members that actually work at the plant. So maybe we can go to the next slide. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of highlight a few things in reference to Native Nuclear. It's a brand new nonprofit that was established just this year. It's a spinoff of our work, a partnership with North Carolina State, doing some public engagement across the nation for the last 2 years. And of course, our part was to engage tribal communities. But I wanted to kind of zero in on our logo a little bit so you can kind of understand where we're coming from. You'll notice that inside the logo there, we have Turtle Island. It's a turtle there. Native people consider that kind of like their land, the world. And you can see that we have kind of the rings going around our logo. And that's kind of beads. Our tribal group is kind of connected to bead making. But in addition to that, it represents that we're all connected. And so, of course, it's put in the shape of the nuclear sign just to kind of tie everything together. I just wanted to kind of point that out, as far as where we're coming from. Next slide, please. Also, I just kind of want to set the stage. We look at the generation of power in a kind of a different way than most people are talking about in the nuclear industry. We like to always start off with the basis that we have this world view that we all, each and every one of us online today, we live in these three realms of the world, which we're calling Mother Earth, Father Sky, and life's blood, which is water. We believe they all have a spirit. We believe that they must stay in balance, and that Mother Nature, if you will, is constantly the world's trying to stay in balance. We also see that we have a land stewardship responsibility to our specific homeland. As the picture I showed you earlier, that's my homeland. We call it a creator-given responsibility to steward that area. Looking at natural resources, we feel that we have that responsibility also. But whether it's a natural resource or a man-made resource, if it's in our homeland, we feel it's our obligation to make sure it's managed well. We have a little saying as it relates to resources, which we believe aligns greatly with nuclear power in general. It's that you're supposed to take very little of the resource, maximize the use, and return very little to Mother Earth. So with that kind of as a basis, maybe next slide, we can chat a little bit about Diablo Canyon. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, our overall tribes had like a 40-year experience with this power plant, probably initially when the Sierra Club struck a deal with PG&E to build it on one of our ancestral village sites. Of course, we didn't have any power to do anything about that. We probably wouldn't have been real excited. But over time, Mother Nature has pretty well adopted this plant, has incorporated in the area. In fact, it's been kind of a real protection of the area environmental-wise because of the no-go zone of people, which essentially is around 12,000 acres around the plant. So, we say over time, as we have learned about nuclear power, it's knowledge over fear. Or another way to look at it is that we've kind of had a nuclear awakening as far as our local area here. What I hear out there always when it comes to nuclear power, it's a fear issue. It's a fear of lack of knowledge, really. More people know about what's happening. I think, a lot of minds can be changed. Kind of next page and next slide. In our past work, we've done all this engagement, and what we discovered is that it's really critical for tribal communities not to be left behind in this new renaissance, I want to say, of nuclear power going forward. And so we have a goal as far as Native Nuclear is concerned, three goals, primarily to engage the next generation in reference to career pathways. As we understand, any new type of development, actual physical building of something, we're talking 5 to 10 years down the road, but those plants will need to have workers. And we want to make sure tribal community or tribal youth are aware of those opportunities that are out there and start maybe planning those pathways today. We definitely want to engage tribal communities to talk about nuclear power in general. There's a gigantic hurdle for tribal communities simply because of the historical wrongs that happened in the uranium mining days, which like 40s and 50s. So there needs to be a lot of engagement there to kind of bring communities along with what the latest, greatest things are. And then I think it's very important that tribal nations that have a sovereignty status, there's going to be some tremendous opportunities of partnerships as far as in the industry. And I would definitely like to help facilitate that relationship with tribal communities and the industries that are on the cusp of all kinds of new technologies and things of that nature. So that, that kind of gives you a little bit of information about native nuclear, what we're all about. The past few years, we have engaged with a lot of different communities, been on a lot of podcasts, if you will, different type of webinars and things of that nature. And we hope to do a lot more of that as we go forward. So that kind of gives you a quick update about native nuclear.
Well, I'm just so happy and and heartened, I guess is maybe the word I'm looking for, that native nuclear exists and is growing and is doing this work, because it's really been a missing voice from the nuclear conversation. And indigenous peoples in general have historically, a lot of times we see folks on the other side of this issue. As you mentioned, the uranium mining, which was a huge environmental justice tragedy for those communities that were affected and still are, and then there's also communities like in my state, the Prairie Island Indian community, and so there's a perception that nuclear is like uniquely bad for indigenous peoples, and I'm curious, in your conversations, I know between the collaboration based siting meetings, and also you've been to a few conferences. There was one on, I think it was like American Indians in STEM, I think was the conference. What's it like broaching this conversation to this community that is traditionally, it feels like has seen nuclear in more of a negative light? Maybe
Yeah, no, definitely. Whenever you're talking with tribal communities, it's a gigantic hurdle to get over. And I'll give you an example, like when we were in Blanton, Utah, dealing with a mining issue, we discovered, as far as tribal people, that when you talk about uranium, just the word uranium, to some tribal groups, that means death to them. And so therefore, they don't even want to talk about it. And so you have to definitely come from a different perspective, instead of focusing on what has happened. I mean, you recognize the past, no doubt about it. You have to honor what has happened in the past, but you need to come from a standpoint of the good, what it can actually provide. But it's an issue, a very slow process of building trusted relations with the group in order to have these types of discussions. I always chuckle a little bit when I talk to the industry folks and talk to government folks, and they scratch their head on, how do you engage with tribal communities? And I said, well, the problem is it's the messenger. Right now, the industry and the government are not trusted voices. So you have to have somebody like us who's on the inside, if you will, actual tribal members, that can essentially bring a trusted voice to the discussion. And then that's when you can make some progress and maybe bring along the learning in that process for the group. It's a little slower, but I think it's really necessary, because when you take a look at nuclear energy as a power source, it lines like 100% with tribal philosophy of protecting of the environment. As we mentioned earlier, it's the idea of using a resource, a very small amount. We all talk about the uranium being a small pellet and has a ton of power behind it, if you will, or capacity. And then when you talk about generation, well, we still have a lot of capacity in those canisters out there that need to be utilized. In other words, maximize it to the fullest. And that way you can only return a small into back to Mother Earth. Right now, it aligns with the philosophy. It's just a matter of changing people's thinking and how they approach. And it all comes from a standpoint of what kind of community benefit is it for, we say, the tribe or general population or community in general. So it's an interesting story. When I was in I want to say Idaho just a couple of weeks ago, we had an opportunity to sit with the Shoshone Band Tribal Council, which would be, like the city council, the state government or federal government. It's the decision makers of their nation. And it was I don't want to say a bloodletting time, but
no.
it was definitely open, honest discussion. And what was really neat about it is that we are all able to go to dinner afterwards and open up good discussion. And those kinds of things have to happen. And the sooner the government and sooner the industries, whether you're mining or generation, figure that out, meaning you have to take the time to build back that trusted relation before you can talk about the project, if you will. So, that's the process.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And it's clearly it doesn't happen overnight.
That's correct.
Yeah. Decades of work kind of going the other direction. It reminds me, one of our sponsors of this event is this company, DISA, I think it looks like it should be pronounced DISA, but I believe they pronounce it DISA.
DISA Technologies.
Yes, DISA Technologies. Do you think it's sort of I don't know, it's maybe, I'm not sure if this is a valid perspective at all, but do you think a technology like that can actually help, repair? So I should maybe describe what it does a little bit. But they've developed.
I'm fully aware about them. I mean, I know about it. I don't know if the people online understand what it is, but feel free.
Yeah. Which, I'm sure you're very well aware. I'll try my best to describe what they can do, but they have this technology that can essentially take uranium out of tailings, and it's a machine that can be moved around, and you can kind of purify the land that, up until now it's been, hey, we gotta dig all this stuff up and put it in a dump truck and go bury it somewhere. But with this, they can actually take the uranium out and put it back to, send it to somebody who can make it into fuel and clean up the abandoned uranium mines that are dotting the entire American West.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In fact, we have a relationship with DISA Technologies. We actually wrote a letter to the NRC in support of approving their process. It's fantastic. In fact, DISA as an industry, I believe, has done the right thing. They reached out to the Navajo country, and the Navajo country, basically they have an EPA organization, and they had actually approved the process and in partnership to clean up. They were just waiting for the NRC to make their judgment, if you will, or grant them a permit to proceed, what just happened, I think, about 2 months ago. And it's a great thing. It's a cost-effective way to go out and heal the land, build back that relationship, and essentially possibly be an economic driver for the community. So those are the things that have to happen to build back that trusted relations. And what I would want to say out there, any industry people that are listening, is that because they have a sovereign status, those tribal nations should be really looked at really hard for partnership on programs or projects, simply because there's a little shorter pathway of permitting. I always tell the story here in California, if you want to build anything, you have to salute 18 flagpoles. And, if you're trying to get something done quickly and fast, that's an issue. So there's an opportunity for industry in general to build back those trusted relations. And it's all about sharing benefit. It's the idea of recognizing that there is this sovereign status and I want to say responsibility of protecting or stewarding their homelands. What has happened a lot in tribal communities is they look at kind of industry as extractors and of their benefits, and so that needs to be looked at a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Well, I feel like we could do an entire hour here, but I'm looking at my schedule and
Sure.
I see we got Jared coming up next from Allo. Thank you so much, Scott. We'll we'll see you back in a little bit for Nuclear Squares.
Sure.
But we're gonna bring Jared on. So Jared Hoffman, hello, sir. Welcome to the stream. Jared is from Allo. They're one of our luminary sponsors, and they, they're not only are they very wise and forth-thinking with their sponsorship choices, but they have some incredible nuclear technology they've been working on and progress they've been making. Welcome, Jared. Please introduce yourself to tell me how you got involved in all this nuclear stuff.
Thanks, Eric, and I'm glad to be here representing Allo at Atom Aid. This is really fun and feel like I'm around a lot of like-minded nuclear advocates. My personal journey started 4 years ago during the pandemic. I was in my art studio, not really sure what I was going to do with my life. I was painting and I was doing digital art, and I heard a nuclear scientist talk about microreactors, and that this is going to be a big deal for decarbonizing. This is going to disrupt the energy industry, and there's all this kind of amazing technology that's been sitting on the shelf that hasn't really been commercialized. And that just kind of set me off on a journey of reading and talking to people and meeting with advocates, like many of the people on this call, and just learning from all of you and from the nuclear expertise that's out there. I found the industry to be really warm, full of people who wanted to share their knowledge. And now 4 years later, I joined Allo Atomics, which is a microreactor developer down in Texas. Our product is aimed at data centers. We see that as kind of like the bridge market, like kind of in the same way that Amazon used books first, to focus on one market specifically, and then eventually drive the cost down and expand what we're doing. And obviously for me personally, and I think for most people in nuclear energy, we feel like this is an energy source that can do a lot more than just power data centers. But for us, that's kind of the first market. And that's how Allo is thinking about gearing our technology in order to get through that engineering development process. So I'm the head of marketing here, and I'm excited to chat with you and answer any questions. And yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like you guys have done a pretty good job with the marketing so far. You had a really high profile event earlier this year. And do you actually have like a pressure vessel already? Is that?
Oh yeah, we've got a bunch of pressure vessels. There are Matt Losak and Yasser Arafat, who are the two co-founders. They're really factory focused. Like they see that as the real model for 21st century nuclear company. And so they got a factory early on, brought in a bunch of welders from different industries, from SpaceX and Firefly, different aerospace welders and pipe fitters, and just trying to bring in real craftsmen. And so, yeah, they're out there. I can hear them sawing and drilling right now. So.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh. That's incredible. Actually building stuff. It's not just PowerPoint reactors. That's good. Rickover would be proud. So, it comes up a lot when, nuclear advocates are meeting with, it could be lawmakers, or, maybe we're talking to media or whatever, public presentations. I often get questions asking like, what's the latest and greatest? What do you think about microreactors? that kind of thing. And I think, there's a lot of nuclear advocates out there who might mention the AP1000, or they might mention NuScale or TerraPower, some of these ones that have been around a little longer. Maybe they're associated with a famous person like Bill Gates. But for folks in the advocacy space, if they wanted to talk about a microreactor company that's really building stuff right now, and what would you say to them? What should we say about Allo, and highlight if we're talking to different stakeholders?
Oh, thank you. That's a good question. I mean, I think Allo is really focused on building the best team in nuclear energy, and we view people as the key component really to building good nuclear reactors. We're based in Texas, and this is an energy state, so we've got a lot of people with experience in the energy industry. I think that like you said, there's bigger companies, there's historical giants, of course, like Westinghouse and GE and Holtec, and you've got these kind of middleweight companies that are somewhat newer, like TerraPower, X Energy, Kairos, companies that have been around 15 years. And then you've got this new crop of really innovative and young startup companies where the culture is a little bit more closer to a Silicon Valley build fast culture. And what we're trying to do at Allo is to create like a new culture where you take that innovative engineering mindset of Silicon Valley and you mix it with deep nuclear experience and try to create something new that is focused on testing and meeting safety through building hardware and through, like you said, not getting stuck in analysis paralysis. So, I think if you're speaking to lawmakers, like for us, it's just supporting a whole different, like many different types of nuclear companies. There's different reactor types, different scales. And, we want everyone to be successful in the nuclear industry. We don't think that there's needs to be just one winner. And so I think that, having a strong supply chain, having workers, workforce development is really important. Having programs at universities where we're training the next generation of nuclear engineers and welders and pipe fitters and transportation people and decommissioning people. There's so many different jobs in this industry that I think if the industry is going to grow and expand as we expect it to, it's going to be a lot of jobs. And so I think that's probably the message that Allo would want to give to lawmakers.
Awesome. That's helpful. Great. Well, looking at our schedule here, we're going to take a quick station break where we share a couple memes, share our show all of our sponsors, and remind folks about, I haven't mentioned it yet, but we do have like a special donation perk. If you give $200 or more, we have this calendar that profiles all of our the finalists from our nuclear pop art contest we did for the IAEA earlier this year, and that's the exclusive way to get that one. So we'll pop over to that, and we'll see Jared and the rest of the folks back for Nuclear Squares game right after that. So awesome. We'll see you back in a couple. All right. I know behind the scenes, this is one of the more complicated settings for Philip with our nuclear squares. But man, I'm looking forward to it. I'll mention our total here. So we've only had, let's see, 3, 4 donors this hour, but one of them was a pretty big one. Thank you, huge thank you to Elizabeth for the $1,000 donation. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Elizabeth. Also, thank you to Francis for $50 and I get a little bit of an echo. I think we're good. Okay, Francis, and also my brother Matt again I think he really wants to win some of this stuff, not realizing that he can just ask me and I can purchase it for him with wholesale costs. But Matt chipped in another $25. Maybe he's trying to get me to hop in too. I'll have to.
One donation every hour. There we go.
Yeah. Yep. That's how you get your odds in. That's right. Looks like Sarah just hopped in there too again. Thank you, Sarah. So yeah, we got right now it's basically, 1 in 4, 1 in 5 chance. And we'll do the drawing at the end of the hour. So hop on in. And yeah, I think are we ready for the game? Do you want to pass it over? There we go. All right, Matt.
All right. Okay. Welcome everybody. This is the first time we've ever tried this game, and let's hope that it's going to go really well. I think this is the most faces we've had on a live stream at any point in any one time. And we're going to play a game called Nuclear Squares. If you've ever heard of the game Hollywood Squares, this is very similar to that particular game. So the job for Scott and Jared is very easy. All you simply have to do is either agree or disagree with our squares answers. I'm going to ask our squares questions, and they are going to give an answer to that question. It might be a correct answer. It might be an incorrect answer. We don't know, but you have to determine if you agree or disagree with the answer. Before we get into that, we did put together an all-star team of nuclear squares here, and some of them have been on in earlier segments, some have not. So I would like to give each and every one of them just a quick chance to say hello, introduce themselves. And we'll start in the upper left square, and that would be Kirsten. Hello, Kirsten.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kirsten. I do communications for Generation Atomic. And I was not informed of any of these questions in advance, so I hope I do okay.
You didn't read my emails, apparently. Well, we'll see how it goes then.
Communications.
Yeah, come on. Okay, and then let's move over to Ryan. Ryan, welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Longtime fan, first time caller, and I've got some very challenging questions for our contestants today.
Good. Let's put him to the test. Welcome, Jim. I remember hearing your name earlier as one of the big donations that came in earlier, so we really appreciate that. But we've seen you before. How are you involved with Generation Atomic?
I think I was one of the first volunteers, Eric, if he told me that. 10 years with Generation Atomic, and right now I'm working on the government team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a retired nuclear engineer. In addition to my work with Generation Atomic, I also work with organizations like Stand Up for Nuclear, Save Diablo Canyon, things like that.
Yeah. Citizens Climate Lobby too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Longtime advocate. We could say one of the OG advocates.
Oh.
One of the first nuclear advocates.
Yeah. Yeah. If we only had to pick one, it'd be Jim. So straight up. Yeah. Absolutely.
One of the first modern day
gray hair and stuff.
Right below Jim, we have Mary. Hello, Mary.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mary. I'm the digital marketing director for Generation Atomic. I'm sure you've seen my face over one of our many social media platforms, but I'm excited to be here.
And we've been putting Mary to work getting ready for this event. I think we had her working a full day on Thanksgiving Day. So, Mary, thank you so much.
No problem.
Upper right, Madison. Hello, Madison.
Hello, I'm back and I'm ready to give all of the right answers.
Yeah, wink,
Here we
wink.
go. No, no winks. I know everything. We're gonna be good.
And then Rob, bottom right-hand corner. Welcome, Rob.
Hey, hi Matt. Hi everybody. It's really, really lovely to be here. I'm based in the UK, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be part of Gen A over about the past 4 years, I think it is. Been doing such amazing stuff, and it's been really, really been amazing to see the momentum and the dial move on nuclear in that time. So yeah, bit of an old timer, but it's lovely to be here, and hopefully answer some or ask some. No, I'll be answering when answering some vexing questions. Can't wait.
Rob helped write some of these questions too. So, okay, so
I'm gonna pretend they're all new to me though. I'll be like, that's
all right. So we've got Scott's on team red, Jared's on team blue, and you're each going to answer 3 questions for this first round. We'll have Scott doing the top row of squares or panelists or whatever we call y'all, and Jared will be on the bottom row. And then we'll flip for round 2 for another set of questions, and we'll try to keep track of points as we go along, okay? So I'm simply just going to ask a question to one of the squares, and you just say agree or disagree. And if you get it right, you get a point. If you get it wrong, your opponent gets a point.
And do we switch off? I don't want to, going against Scott is not easy here. This is
Hopefully they're old questions.
Let's see. So we got Scott on the top row. The first question is going to go to Kirsten, and Scott will answer. Jared, no answer on this one. But the question is, in 2015 at COP21 in Paris, Eric and Raleigh Partonen handed out 3,000 of what? I think you're on mute.
Oh, it's my turn to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Being at COP this year and seeing a lot of bananas, I'm going to say bananas.
I'll have to
Scott, do
agree.
you think
I'll have to agree.
that is incorrect?
No!
This is before bananas. The real answer is they handed out 3,000 copies of Raleigh's new book called Climate Gamble. So that is a point to Jared.
Can we fact check that?
Absolutely.
Can't ask Eric.
Yeah, that was a sneaky one, Matt. Nicely done. Yeah, the first time we did bananas was 2017 in Germany. So yeah, before it was books, which are somehow heavier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next question goes to Jared. We're going to ask Ryan this question. Ryan, the question is, in this same year, 2015, Japan did what to the Sendai nuclear power station?
Sendai Nuclear in Japan rallying after a complete overhaul and review of their nuclear industry, they restarted their nuclear plant.
Agree or disagree?
I got to trust Ryan on this one. I'll go agree.
That is the correct answer.
Cool.
So that is a point
This is
for
cheap.
Jared.
It's cheap.
Hey, Philip, instead of the X over Kirsten, can you mark her blue? Because that's actually a point for Jared if the other person gets it wrong.
Hey, I like it the way it is. It's fine.
I'm keeping track old fashioned. I've got an actual post-it note. I'm check. All right, let's keep moving. So back to Scott for the answer on this one. We're asking Jim. Jim, here's the question on the topic of uranium mine remediation. What does HES? I said it too fast. On the topic of uranium mine remediation, what does HPSA stand for?
I think it stands for heated pressurized slurry abrasion.
I thought it was high pressure. I'm going to say it's high pressure, so I don't agree with you.
You are correct, Scott. Smart choice. You get that point. Jim was making it a tough one for you. Cool. Let's move on to Jared. We're going to ask Mary this question. Mary, the question is a common term used to describe a reactor design that has never been built.
Is that a paper reactor?
Agree.
That's the correct answer. Jared, another point for Jared. Go. We got 2 questions left in this round. Madison, this question is for you, Scott. Madison, name the first radioisotope thermoelectric generator, or RTG, to land on Mars.
Is it the Norseman 1?
I'll agree.
That's incorrect. It is the Viking 1.
I'm sorry. I don't think
Way
I know how
up.
this game works. Isn't he on my team?
Quick. I want 3 new partners.
I don't
They're
understand.
working against me. They're not giving me any hints, eyebrows, or anything. Come on, guys.
Scott,
I talked
Scott,
really slow.
I'll give you a bonus point if you can tell me what year that landed.
Oh, give me a break. No.
How about decade? Decade.
No. No, you're talking to the wrong person on that.
That's 19. Yeah. 1976, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hard to believe you landed on Mars way back then, right? All right. Last question this round goes to Jared. Rob, the question is on April 3rd, 1986, scientists were performing tests on a reactor that were designed to simulate extraordinary conditions. What happened next?
Yes, that would be the reactor. This would be Chernobyl number 4 reactor melting down and creating a biodiversity hotspot from which the world has never recovered.
Was it Chernobyl?
That is my answer, yes.
April 3rd, 19. I mean, see no reason not to disagree. So I will say agreed.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Chernobyl happened later in that year.
Woohoo!
In fact, Rob, what is the correct answer?
Gotcha. Well, the correct answer is actually nothing happened at all. The reactor shut down completely safely to demonstrate passive walkaway safety, because the reactor that they were performing tests was the EBR-2, the experimental breeder reactor. And that was it. Was that Idaho National Labs, or was it Argonne? I can't remember which, but wherever that reactor is.
Funnily enough, both, because back in those days they called it Argonne West, but it's became Idaho National Lab.
Well, there you go. I'm doubly right.
All right. Well, that's the end of round 1. 4-2, Jared to Scott. And we got time for one more round. You guys ready?
Go for it.
Let's do it. We're going to start back at the top, except we're switching the sides. So now Scott will have the top row Jared will have the top row, Scott will have the bottom row. So we're going to lead off with Jared now. asking Kirsten the question. Kirsten, here's the question. On January of 2021, a high school in New Jersey was evacuated after a student brought what to his science class?
Oh, I actually know this today. I was going through a bunch of my old videos to see if there are any good ones to show, and it was a piece of Fiestaware. It was radioactive, and the whole school got evacuated, right?
Is she pulling your leg?
If she is, that's very good acting. It seemed authentic. I'm saying yes, agree.
That is correct. Good point for Jared. All right, moving to Scott.
Point to
Ryan.
Kirsten, thank you.
Yeah, actually, that was a big headline that inspired Mike Conley, as he says, to write his book "Earth is a Nuclear Planet." Imagine evacuating a high school for a panic over a piece of radioactive Fiestaware. Okay, Ryan, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
This question is for Scott. What is atom punk?
Atom punk is this new movement with internet obsessed youth that think that nuclear weapons is really cool.
I don't agree.
Scott, you're a smart man because Ryan is wrong on that one. You sounded like you knew the answer, though. Do you know what the answer is?
No.
Tell him, Ryan.
Well, atom punk, is kind of a play off of steampunk and these different aesthetic movements based around energy sources. So we have steampunk, solar punk, and what folks are realizing is that the original clean energy was atom punk back in the 50s and 60s. So this was, very futuristic artwork where we really believed that we would change the world with nuclear energy, all the way back from when Scott was a kid.
Gee, thanks for giving up my age.
All right. Let's go to Jared. And Jim, this question is for you. What was discovered last summer at the Savannah River site, causing concerning headlines across the country?
Let me think for a while. I think I recall hearing a news story about this. What happened was that they found like a wasp nest with some measurable amount of radioactivity, and there was a huge, brouhaha over that. So yeah, it was just a slightly radioactive wasp nest.
Hot wasps, agreed.
Agreed?
Yes.
That is correct. There was a radioactive wasp nest nesting next to some radioactive waste. Cool. Back to Scott. Mary, the question is, when a nuclear plant operator performs a scram, what are they doing?
They are shutting down a reactor in an emergency setting.
I don't believe so.
That is the correct answer.
It's getting me a break.
You have to know, Mary never lies. She always tells the truth.
Well, I didn't know that. I couldn't tell that by her face.
All right, Madison. Back to Jared. Madison, the question is, the experimental bonus reactor built in the 1960s was the only commercial reactor built in Puerto Rico. It operated for 4 years. Bonus is an acronym for what?
An acronym. Boy, our nuclear uses stuff.
Absolutely, agreed.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, she sold it there. She sold it, but yeah, not a legit answer. That the actual real answer is boiling nuclear superheater.
All right. That is like not even an acronym for that.
Yeah, they should do better on their acronyms over there.
Yeah. Like both
Yeah,
of
they
us
use
are
the
wrong.
second letter on some of them.
Of all of it.
Yeah.
Boo.
Tribeca.
I was one of the lucky people that got to visit that reactor last summer in Puerto Rico. All right, we got to finish up here. So last question, back to Scott. Rob, Jamaica's research reactor named Slowpoke 2 uses a process called neutron activation analysis to determine the elemental composition and origins of samples. What was stolen in Jamaica that this process helped locate?
I think I think they basically stole I think you know, if you're determining where samples of things come from, I suppose, you know, I suppose it's rocks and stuff like that. I think basically what happened was they worked out. I think somebody tried to requisition a beach and had like a private beach, and they tried to prove that the beach was, you know, they tried to cart off all the sand in big trucks. But I think they had to chemically analyze the isotopes in the sand and prove that this was the beach that was stolen. So I think it's a beach. I mean, it's Jamaica. Why wouldn't you want to steal a beach in Jamaica? Come on, I would.
The answer is a beach. Was a beach stolen in Jamaica?
I would say I love your story, but I don't think I will agree.
In fact,
Oh, no.
that is a correct answer.
Gosh. So who lost the beach?
I don't know. That's one of the ones I didn't write.
That sounds like a story to me.
It was a public beach. This is something I learned when I went to Jamaica in 2022. A public beach was stolen. A bunch of dump trucks showed up in the dead of the night, loaded all the sand, and the next day it was gone. And people are like, where the hell did this go? And they used the radio, what's it called, neutron activation analysis in the reactor in Slowpoke 2 to essentially identify where that sand went to. And they found it on a number of different private resort beaches. However, nobody was actually convicted of the crime. Could have been corruption. But basically, the story for the resort owners were saying, I don't know where it came from. I just bought it from whoever was selling it to me. But they couldn't identify who was selling it. Maybe they could. Maybe there's corruption. I don't know. But that they never got anybody. But they did find where the sand ended up. Crazy story.
So were people afraid of radioactive sand after that?
Let's see.
Nuclear was mentioned.
Right. Not that sand. Well, less, not like the sand in Brazil. But.
Right.
All right, Jared, congratulations. You've won Nuclear Squares.
Thank my lucky stars for getting good partners and easy questions.
Oh man.
I don't think he won. I don't think he won. I think I helped him win.
God, you're just a helper
effort.
kind of person. You're just a helpful person, you know.
This is a collaboration based game there.
Lifting up the youth.
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, big thanks to Matt for putting that together. Philip for fitting it all on the screen. Our wonderful guests for their answers. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And thank you to Allo for sponsoring our event here, and Native Nuclear for the incredible work you guys are doing. I look forward to many more years of collaboration and progress here. Any final thoughts from either of you as we wrap up our hour here?
Well, I'll just kind of say is that since we're kind of in an area, at least for tribal people, it's very new. we'd hope everyone out there can see the importance of this and maybe provide some support or lend some support to that. We want to make sure that I want to say a lot of underserved communities actually have this opportunity, which is, I believe, a fantastic opportunity on the horizon for not only tribal communities, but communities in general. So I just would hope that people will see that and really want to support that overall cause or mission.
Yeah, absolutely. Jared, anything to add?
I think Scott said it really well, and this technology can do a lot for a lot of communities, but I think we should start with the communities that have been underserved in the past, and so anything to help Native Nuclear, I think, is something we are happy to support at all.
Absolutely, yeah. Very good. Great. Well, thank you again, guys. I appreciate it, and we'll do. Scott, would you like the honors? We have. Let's see. Let me refresh one more time. I think 6 donors this hour. Let me see what we got here. Yep. Okay. But of course, people can continue to donate, and the proceeds are shared with the organizations, even if it's not their partner hour, right? But we got 6 this hour, which means I'm going to use this 6-sided die here. And Scott, do you have tell me the amount of times I should roll this die before it counts?
I think you should go 4 times.
4 times. All right. So 2, 3, and here's the one that counts. That's number 3. So that is going to Elizabeth. All right. Congratulations, Elizabeth Bancroft, for you get to win the swag pack and a Native Nuclear hat as well. So that's awesome.
Yep.
And I actually know Elizabeth likes a good hat for gardening in the summer. So that's a good gift for her. Amazing. All right. Well, thanks again. Matt's sad. His luck has not been working out for him. But yeah, thanks again. Really appreciate that. And all right, we're gonna play our thank you video, and Scott will be in touch. Thank you again. Sayonara for now, and we'll play our thank you video, and we'll catch up with the Nuclear Alternative Project next hour.
Hey there. I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Holt.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. I testified before both the Senate and House Energy Committees, and we've built a coalition of over 40 organizations.
In this process, we've brokered productive conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. This includes meeting with local Native leaders, where we've listened and learned about the complex history that tribes have with nuclear and about their desire for energy sovereignty.
Generation Atomic represented nuclear energy at COP30 in Brazil, the most important climate conversation of the year. This is our 9th year engaging with the UN climate process, bringing nuclear energy into these hallowed halls.
Through your support, we've also taken on incredible education initiatives. We helped bring Dr. Charlene Smith's Nuclear Engineering Bootcamp to Puerto Rico, where students learned about nuclear and even visited the retired bonus reactor. More boot camps are planned for 2026.
Our Vision Forward communication workshops continued to empower advocates. We worked with Constellation staff in Chicago, Baltimore, and Oswego, New York, helping over 300 participants craft their personal stories about why nuclear energy matters to them.
And speaking of stories, we helped bring Mike Connolly's book, The LNT Report, to the world, shattering many long-held narratives on radiation.
We're incredibly proud of our Atomic Ambassador graduates who are making a real impact, writing to legislators, publishing opinion pieces, and meeting with elected officials.
So here's the deal. With public support for nuclear power on the rise, we can't slow down. Now is the time for us to push harder to translate that goodwill into action, into building new nuclear power plants, into lifting moratorium, and to enacting real policy changes that can enable nuclear power to meet our energy goals.
We want to continue our international diplomacy and advocacy in international climate frameworks to ensure nuclear energy is represented as a true solution to climate change.
Next year, we want to expand our state level and regulatory advocacy as crucial legislation moves forward across the country.
We want to reach even bigger audiences with the creative, engaging content that makes nuclear energy accessible to everyone.
And we want to bring back our fellowship program. Talented young people who learn about nuclear energy, produce excellent work, and then carry the nuclear story to new communities.
But we need your help to make this happen.
Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us expand this growing movement of advocates.
It enables us to influence the international stage.
It allows us to create content that reaches millions and changes minds.
My challenge to you, make a gift so we can continue inspiring hearts and minds about the incredible potential of nuclear energy. From all of us,
thank you.
All right. Oh, man. All right. We are back for hour 5, and we're joined with our guest from our partnering organization for this. This is the Nuclear Alternative Project. Welcome, Ramon. Nice to see you. Please introduce yourself and tell me about the work of Nuclear Alternative Project.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me. I'm Ramon Martinez. I'm the Chief Nuclear Officer of the Nuclear Alternative Project. And we're really excited to be here as we call our group is NAP. Our mission is to promote the education, community engagement on how nuclear can help Puerto Rico achieve its energy goals and overcome some of the challenges that they're currently having now and for the future. And we're really excited to be here.
Amazing. Yeah. And I guess tell me a little bit more about yourself. Like how did you get into nuclear? And and I know a few folks, Nuclear Alternative Project, but you're a new person for me anyway. So I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I joined the group about 4 years ago, and for the audience, we're all volunteers. My experience in nuclear, I started in the nuclear Navy back in 2000. I was a naval officer for 8 years, and then after that, I joined the commercial nuclear industry. I worked for a full-time job with a company called the Institute of Nuclear Power Operations. I've been working for them full-time since 2008, and so that's in my day job. We promote excellence in the operation of nuclear plant operations in the U.S. and across the world. And as part of NAP, this is an amazing group. I joined shortly after COVID, and it's been a great experience working with this group of folks. And all of us are volunteers, and really exciting the work that we have accomplished, educating, engaging with government officials, local leaders, community leaders, educating, doing webinars. You mentioned earlier the boot camp that we did for students last summer. So really, really exciting.
Amazing. Great. And then for those of us just joining, every hour we've been giving away something as we raise money for all of our organizations collectively. And this particular hour, I should update people with the donation total real quick here too. Let's see, refresh. Okay, all right, we're up to $9,700, which is awesome. Our goal is 12,000. We're on track. I think we're going to get there. So that's great. And then this hour, I believe our gift, Ramon, do you have? Is it one of the Nuclear Alternative Project mugs or something like that?
We do.
Yeah.
Example of the mug that we're going to be, and
I got
a wine tumbler.
Oh, and a wine tumbler. Awesome. I actually have a red handle version of that mug. So it's good. Keeps coffee warm. Awesome. So yeah, any donation made this hour will enter you to win that at the end of the hour. And Ramon, you have a few slides, I think, to share with us as well, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome. We'll pull those up. Take it away.
Yeah, I think if you go to the next slide, Eric, that would be great. That's our leadership team for the Nuclear Alternative Project. As I mentioned, we're all volunteers. All of us are from Puerto Rico, engaged in the nuclear industry in different roles, and we are honored to engage in our initiative. You go to the next slide. This is just a basic diagram on how our organization operates. As I mentioned, our mission is to study the alternative of advanced reactors for Puerto Rico and perhaps other resource limited countries by education, community engagement, and we do that by partnering with Puerto Ricans working in the nuclear industry in different power plants and industry organizations, and as well as vendors. And we partner with local leaders in Puerto Rico, with the government officials, decision makers, to educate them about the options of nuclear power and how advanced reactors could certainly help meet Puerto Rico energy needs now and in the future, as well as general population. And we do webinars, education webinars on different topics, from radiation, fuel handling, fuel storage, nuclear safety, and on all those type of stuff. And if you go to the next slide, I'll show you just a quick, we did a feasibility study a few years back, and I won't cover the entire study, but it's a pretty comprehensive study, and it covers multiple areas, from the market conditions of Puerto Rico, technology assessment of different type of reactors, from microreactors to advanced reactors, grid assessments, the current generation, and the energy profile. And I wanted to share with you just a couple of the key findings in the next slide that study identified. And by the way, the study is available on our website. You can download it for free and take a look at how we went about doing this study. With generation in Puerto Rico, currently, most of it is fossil fuel. This, even though the study was completed in 2018, where less than 3% was renewable. Currently, less than 5% is renewable energy, and most of it is, as you can see in the breakdown, between oil, natural gas, and coal. And the current generation assets are pretty old. Back in 2018, they were expected the retirement of 13 plants within the next 10 years, about 3,600 megawatts of energy that needed to be replaced, and they're still operating. And the reliability on the grid right now, we have 12 times more outages than we have in the U.S. And on the bottom left, you can see that the low profile, where the peak loads only changes, for like 10%. of the average load. So it supports kind of stable base load generation, which will be ideal for nuclear. And right now, as I mentioned, because of the high reliance on fossil fuel that needs to be shipped to the island, the energy costs about twice as much as the U.S. You go to the next slide. Part of that study, we did a survey for the people, local population, and to understand, what do they care about? What is their priorities when it comes to energy for Puerto Rico? Health was that was a top topic. Health and the environment. Many of these plants. There's a plant near my hometown where they accumulate coal ashes, and that's exposed when wind, hurricanes. It's all blown into bodies of waters, the air. The real concerns about the health that fossil generation creates, as well as the impact to the environment. Low wind electric bill that came second, and right now like I said, twice as much as the U.S., and they're talking about raising the cost of energy another 10 cents per kilowatt hour, making it over 40 cents per kilowatt hour. That will be very impactful for the people, and they also care about whatever source of energy is resilient towards natural disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes. Being in an island, that's important for the folks. And part of our job is to educate about the advantages and challenges that nuclear could bring. But we think that part of our efforts, when people are informed about the benefits and the challenges, the opinion will turn favorable for advanced reactors for Puerto Rico. And you go to the next slide. And so some of the things that we do, as I mentioned earlier, those educational webinars, we do those quite often, and bring different guests, experts to talk about different subjects that folks have asked us to cover. I mentioned we did that boot camp last summer, engaging with industry professionals, get their ideas. We talked to potential vendors with the different technologies. We've done webinars with them as well, and importantly, talk with the decision makers and the engineering professionals in Puerto Rico about how nuclear, educate that population about how nuclear could be a game changer for the island. And Eric, that's all I wanted to cover. And the next slide has kind of our contact information, how folks can reach out to us, go to a website, they can download that feasibility study. And for questions or people wants to volunteer, help us out, more than happy to onboard anyone that wants to get engaged with what we're trying to do. Amazing.
Yeah, that's so surprising to me that the peak load only varies by about 10%. Is that because you don't need as much air conditioning, just because the moderation from the ocean there, and then it's a warmer place, or what's with the lack of huge demand there?
I think it's a combination. I think the commercial and industrial load is high during the day, but then at night, I think many folks have nowadays their window air conditionings, their inverters, their consoles. So it shifts from perhaps commercial to industrial during the day to more residential at night, but pretty stable. And we compare in the study, we compare to other countries, and it's quite unique that there's not that much variation between the hours of the day.
It definitely makes it an even better fit for nuclear.
Absolutely.
Obviously, because nuclear, you don't get a ton of fuel savings from ramping up and down.
That's
so
right.
Yeah, wow, that's a interesting argument for nuclear. And then I'm curious how much the resilience part of it plays into why nuclear might be good for Puerto Rico and island nations.
I think it's in everybody's mind. I mean, folks that my mom still lives in the island, and I read the local news too. When there's a natural disaster, everything gets disrupted. I mean, ships that bring food and bring supplies, and I mean, you saw that graph where 40% is natural gas, liquefied natural gas, and when that gets disrupted, you're going to experience brownouts because there is it's not going to be enough supply of gas to to supply the island, and the local storage only going to last for a few days. And being in the Caribbean, sources of energy that can withstand hurricane forces and maintain its safety are important, and that's what we try to educate, how resilient nuclear energy is as compared to other sources, and the benefits that it can provide. You can have energy store with new fuel for years, and no need to rely on any ships or transport. You have the fuel there.
Right. Yeah, that's huge when you have to when everything needs to come in and out on a boat or a plane or something. Yeah. I seem to recall that Puerto Rico had 100% renewable portfolio standard at some point. Is that still the case? Have you been making some progress there in getting politicians to rethink that technology limiting goal?
Yeah, that's a topic of discussion. So they had this the long-term goal to be 100% renewable, but they also have some timeline, some gates where they have to meet certain percentages. And one was coming up, I don't remember the year, but I think it was either this year or next year, and they have to be a certain percentage. They were not going to meet it, so they adjusted the law to keep the overall goal, but those intermediate goals, because they were not going to be able to meet it. And there's a discussion, and I think more and more decision makers, government officials, they come to the realization that renewables are great, but it has their limitations. They're intermittent, they're marginal. They're not going to be able to provide 24/7 load. So they're facing this increased cost of energy that is being provided by sources of like natural gas and other sources. So I think there's been more and more rethinking their opinions about nuclear energy.
Right. Oh man. Well, that's really good to hear. Yeah, I still haven't made it down to Puerto Rico, but my wife and I have been taking Spanish lessons, so hopefully we'll get a chance to use them at some point. Man, well, this hour we have another one of our sponsors at the luminary level that are coming in, and it could potentially be a good technology for island communities. And that's so Ramon will say goodbye for now, and we'll welcome you back in a little bit for a game, and we'll welcome the CEO of Nano Nuclear Energy, Mr. James Walker. Welcome, James.
Hi, Eric. How's it going?
Oh, so good. Really appreciate you sponsoring this event, sponsoring nuclear advocacy. We're doing everything we can to lower barriers, to make sure nuclear is an option, and one that we utilize going forward, trying to decarbonize and keep our lights on. Man, you guys have been making a ton of progress. I know, and just I've been following the stuff at University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. But yeah, maybe I would love to hear from you, like how you got into nuclear, and nano specifically, and what you guys are excited about moving forward, and what advocates need to know about nano.
Oh, well, how I got into nuclear, my background was actually as a mechanical engineer, and I got my start in the UK Ministry of Defence, and they put me into the submarine program. And I was working on the secondary systems for submarines, and then I got transferred from there into the primary systems, which is the reactor side of things. I began working on the mechanical systems of the reactors, and then they sent me off to do a master's in nuclear physics, and then I got seconded to Rolls-Royce, where I started working on the design of the next generation of reactors for the next generation of submarines. And then from there, I got promoted out of that position and started working on nuclear fuel reclamation plants, reactor core manufacturing facilities. And I did that for a number of years before I moved to North America, where I continued building big industrial operations. And then a few years ago, the founder of Nano flew over to me and said, "Do you want to help me build a nuclear company?" And I said, "Man, that's a big ambition. Like, you're taking on quite a lot, but if we find out where we fit in the market, and we can see a good place where we can be economic and we can carve something out, absolutely." So we We began the company a number of years ago, and then obviously as we began building out Nano, this huge sort of interest in nuclear happened around about the same time, which resulted really in when we did our IPO in 2024 of it being, I think, the best performing IPO in the country in that year, just because there was the tailwinds were behind us at that point, and it lifted the whole industry and us at the same time. So.
Right. Yeah. Man, that's been a wild world. And thankfully I didn't put my life savings into it. I'm kind of viewing nuclear stocks, maybe a little bit safer than cryptocurrency, but it's right now because there's just, it seems like a lot of people are kind of speculating on it.
It's speculating. And to be honest, I think the problem is when you get a hot market like this, you're going to get 20 companies coming in that don't really have anything substantial. And then if you're not an expert in that area, you're not a nuclear engineer, it's difficult to discern who is genuine, who's not, who's making realistic claims, who's not. Like, it's tricky. Like, you could, if you make the right investment, you'll win. If you make the wrong investment, you'll lose your investment. So.
Right. It's, I look at it as a little bit of a double-edged sword, because it is going to probably present a bit of a messaging challenge for advocates. At the same time, there's so much working capital for these companies to actually bring these projects into fruition. So as long as it can kind of manage.
And they'll need that working capital. It's not cheap to build reactor systems and develop them. It's cheap to design one in your bedroom. I could go home right now and just design a reactor and say, I've got the next big thing. But really building one and getting it licensed, then you're looking at, big capital. So
yeah, absolutely. Siting, all the thing, getting fuel was a big part I never even had really considered until more recently.
It's I think as early as 2022, we were having very serious conversations with Idaho National Laboratories about where the fuel was going to come from, because they were like, everyone's talking about HALEU fuel, but there's no producer of it currently. Right. Even if you want to do TRISO fuel, there's no fabrication facility that's in a position at the moment to manufacture industrial quantities so you can mass manufacture reactors. So, and that's even LEU and LEU plus, which can be manufactured today, but the ability to mass manufacture that specific type of fuel is still not there.
Right. But man, it is good to see all of the federal investment toward that goal. Thankfully, what would you like advocates to know, to be thinking about if they're talking to their state lawmakers, and the topic of microreactors comes up, or small modular reactors for that matter? What should they say about nano, for example?
Well, I mean, I would start by just speaking about nuclear in general, and it depends on your audience. Like, I would say nuclear has suffered in the past because the difference between the public perception of nuclear and the reality of nuclear is wildly divergent. And if you were to tell somebody that nuclear energy is the safest form of energy ever devised, they'd be skeptical. They'd be skeptical, and they say, what about 3 Mile Island or something like that? And you say, well, that was the worst nuclear accident in US history, but nobody died in those circumstances. Whereas gas or coal or anything, you're looking at hundreds of deaths on an annual basis, if not thousands of deaths. Even in deaths per gigawatt hour, nuclear beats out wind and solar. So it's already very safe, but nuclear energy started with a weapon, and it has to get around that psychological element to it. But the next generation of nuclear reactors, the Gen 4, our kind of reactor systems, the worst kind of accident scenarios are not possible anymore. Like, you cannot get those big meltdowns that happened at Fukushima or 3 Mile Island. The fuel melting temperature is just too high now. And the reactors just, under the worst accident scenarios, can never even get close. So you can now co-locate. You can have a reactor in the middle of a city, in the middle of a population center, and you will have no risk to your surroundings. Off a big conventional like water reactor, you'll have an emergency planning zone around it, like a 10-mile cordoned off area. But the emergency planning zone around a Gen 4 reactor is 0 meters. It can be pressed right up against it. You can put these things anywhere now, and what I would say about nano, if I'm throwing myself into the conversation as well, is that for the first time, reactors will be much more modularized. You will be able to mass produce them at a factory level, and when you're doing that, you can deploy those reactors to a location and assemble them. So cost overruns and time overruns that were very possible and very understandable with a big light water reactor system aren't going to be facing these more modular systems anymore. You don't have those big fabrication projects at site. Those are all being done at factory level, and all the components are being moved by road. And so that's the strategy here, is that mass manufacture, get economies of scale through numbers of reactors, not through economies of scale through one big reactor. Deploy to sites, assemble quickly. It's going to be a very new time in nuclear. I think the general public is not very aware of how transformative that can really be, and all the different places nuclear can go, where it's not only nuclear has never been before, but anything but remote diesel has been before. Island communities and military bases and remote population centers, all those kind of things. Now you can now put long-term energy solutions in place, so you can have desalination, vertical farms in anywhere you want, and this opens up potentially a lot of human capital that has been essentially constrained by energy sources.
Yeah. I've heard it described as like, hey, we need to build airports, not airplanes. And yeah, I mean, you do the math, and we need to get to a place where we're deploying hundreds of reactors on an annual basis in order to draw down quickly enough and make a significant impact on climate change, ocean acidification. So I love that is the goal. We've heard a little bit about the campus reactor. Is that expected to be your first deployment of your technology there?
Yes, it will be. So that'll be our first of a kind, because it's sometimes it's advantageous to be the first mover. Sometimes it's advantageous to be the second or third, just so you can see what other groups have done. And what we've seen is, if you go and design a reactor and you can get that paper reactor licensed, customers aren't going to be that keen to be the first person to go and build out that reactor system. So demonstrate it, get it licensed, and then at that point you can show people what you've got, that it works, that everything has been ironed out, and you've ironed out all the kinks to build a full-scale licensed reactor system. And the nice part is that there are reforms that are happening at the federal level so that once we get this first reactor licensed at UIUC, every subsequent reactor after this one will be licensed. So you won't have site-specific or project-specific licensing anymore, provided the reactor deployment site meets certain considerations like seismic risks, flooding risks. You can send it there. And you can build it and you can construct it, and there's no need for further regulatory involvement. So it starts with UIUC. We'll build it, we'll demonstrate it there. We'll probably do something very similar in Canada, where we'll and get a concurrent licensing process in place with the CNSC, so the Canada's federal regulator, and that will allow us to deploy reactors across North America very fast once those two projects are built. Even in Canada, they've got huge power requirements across a lot of the northern communities which subsist off remote diesel. It's very expensive, very polluting, and they're looking for solutions. And for the first time, nuclear can actually provide them with a solution alternative to remote diesel, where they can power these communities and then actually grow them out properly, instead of everything having to be imported into these locations like they would be for island communities. Food, clothes, water, everything.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's going to be a remarkable couple decades here as we transition. And I'm glad we have so many forward-thinking companies, working on this day in and day out with lots of smart people. Well, thank you again for sponsoring our event. Gonna hop over to a station break here and queue up our next game, which is one of my favorites called Photo Fission. And then we'll welcome back Ramon and another surprise guest after that. So thanks a lot, James, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, bye.
Yeah. It's a good jam. Just we'll play some djembe later though. Very good. Welcome to our penultimate. I guess. Yeah, what are we doing? We're halfway through station break. We're gonna do a quick funding update, and then we'll get back with our game. So this hour we have Nuclear Alternative Project mug and tumbler. Also, we're gonna throw in some Gen A, let's call it a advocacy pack. So that includes some cool fridge magnets and stickers and buttons, and we'll toss that into the mix. So you have ways to get some conversations started with nuclear and get yourself out in that way. All right, I'm gonna do a quick funding update, refreshing the page. Holy cow, we've had some progress, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking like we have tipped over the $10,000. We're almost at $11,000 now, getting really close to our $12,000 goal. Big donors this hour include, we got Vince Lakowski, thank you, Vince, Madison Schroeder, and then our guest Ramon coming in with a $1,000 donation to our cause. Ramon, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Setting a good example for all of us here, and giving himself a good chance of winning another mug. But yeah, donations until the end of the hour will go towards entering you in this contest and get us a little bit closer to our goal. We've had 31 donations today, and the average amount has ticked up a little bit. Now it's at $250 for the average contribution. Thank you to everyone who has chipped in for these wonderful 6 organizations that are doing the hard work, changing hearts and minds for nuclear. It's very, very validating, and we appreciate it so much that you're helping make this happen. All right, so our special guest this hour, we we were planning on having Dr. Charlene Smith, who we've had a great collaboration with this past year with the nuclear boot camps that have. She's kind of the mastermind behind kind of getting young people a crash course in the world of nuclear and energy, and we put a great one of these on. Also in collaboration with Nuclear Alternative Project in Puerto Rico earlier this year. But Charlene is kind of struggling with her internet connection. Luckily, we have a backup guest. Alyssa Hayes will be joining us. Hey, Alyssa. Was it your PhD defense practice run? Is that what you just did?
Yeah, I just spent 3 hours dry running my PhD defense. The real thing is in 2 days. So hopefully by this time in 2 days, I'll be Dr. Alyssa Hayes. Right. It doesn't feel real. And then we spend a lot of time kind of picking through what we think committee members might ask. So I did not know what time I was going to be able to join, but we're here.
Oh man, I'm so glad you made some time. And yeah, your year has just been insane. I mean, between your PhD defense and also getting selected to be an ANS Congressional Fellow, congratulations. How freaking cool is that? Are you pretty pumped? And whose office are you working in again?
So I'm less excited about that than I am stressed. I think I will be more excited about the fellowship on like Thursday at 4:35 p.m. Eastern time. So, but yes, I will be starting as an ANS Congressional Fellow, as a freshly minted doctor on January 1st. I will be working in the U.S. Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works. I will be on the minority side, so I will be effectively working for Rhode Island Senator Sheldon Whitehouse.
Oh, I like Sheldon Whitehouse a lot. I've met him a couple times. He's a good guy. I think he's going to be a good boss. So yeah, congrats. That's so cool. And we got a couple Gen A alumni in this role. Is just got me tickled.
Yeah, there's 2 fellows for 2026, and both of us are Generation Atomic affiliates.
So cool. So cool. Amazing. Yes. Okay, great. I think we are going to move to our game now. Let's see. And okay, Charlene also has a connection, so we're going to test Philip and see what we want to do here. We're going to just go with the 2 folks for now. Oh, we got Dr. Smith here too. Welcome, Charlene. Glad you could be here for this fun game here. This is one of my favorites. Matt, I'll turn it over to you to introduce the game, and maybe we'll have a bit to talk with Charlene at the end of the hour.
Yeah, is Jared still around, or did he have to take off?
Oh, sorry. You mean James? Yeah, James.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, James. Yep.
Yeah. Are we able to get James in here too? Oh, okay. James had to go. Okay. All right.
All right.
Busy.
Okay.
Doing CEO stuff. Well, thanks again to Nano. Appreciate it. And perfect. All right. Take it away, Matt.
All right. So got a new game. This is a collaborative game. You all get to work together and discuss your internal knowledge of the nuclear industry to find the correct answer to the question. So we've got 6 sponsors listed. I believe Orano is also a sponsor, but they came in late, like last minute, so I didn't have a chance to get them in. So I apologize, Orano, for not having you in here, but we do have our 6 sponsors, Allo, DISA, Holtec, Lightbridge, Nano, and Terrestrial that are featured in this game. I am going to show you a few different pictures that are in some way connected to one of these companies, and you have to sort of connect the dots and try to figure out which from the assortment of pictures I'm showing you, what company am I trying to describe, right? I have an example. Oops, I'm moving on the wrong screen. Okay, here's an example. So this is none of the companies here, but if I were describing an organization, And the 3 pictures I gave you was an opera singer, a Minnesota loon, and the Atom Aid logo. What might you guess that might be?
Oh,
Generation
yeah,
Atomic. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That's pretty easy, right? Yeah. So that's how it goes. So here we go. Let's go on to the first question. I encourage you to talk amongst yourself before shouting out any answers to see if you have any connections that you can make between these pictures. But we have the possible answers down along the bottom here. And this is 4 pictures. We've got looks like some Greek mythology there, University of Illinois. There's a laser, and there's some sort of an iPod.
Okay, guys. So I have some ideas in mind, right? As a University of Illinois alumnus. So they've been wanting to build a microreactor there for a long time. It's no longer going to be an ultra-safe nuclear microreactor. But now, there's like other stuff going on too, like with their semiconductor work. And then I've kind of lost touch with what's happening there in the last year because they've had so many press releases and changes. So what I'm getting out of this is that the Deja logo looks like it has a laser on the top of it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that iPod, I think it was called Nano at some point.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it's not Holtec, and it's not Oak Ridge, and it's not Oklo.
It's not terrestrial either.
Not terrestrial.
No. Yeah, I have no idea what DESA is, but I think Nano would be my guess.
Yeah, I'm down for
because of the
iPod.
laser.
Yeah.
But what is that image on the
Maybe
leftmost?
Nano is Nano the name of a god in Southeastern European history? I don't know.
No idea. Do we get hints?
No, I'm down to lock it in. I think we should
wonder
go for it.
So Matt and Eric, do you think their pronunciation cues based on the images on the screen? No.
It might be, it might not be. Every question's different. But
I
you
like the
might be
iPod Nano hint. Whoever said that, I agree with you. Now I think it's that.
You want to lock that in?
I vote for Nano.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Let's lock it in. I encourage you to lock that in. So you are correct. You're right. You're spot on the Nano. So what's going on with the University of Illinois? Are you aware of what's happening with Nano and University of Illinois?
All I know is that they had to switch providers basically for whose microreactor they were going to build.
They have some sort of agreement to build some sort of research facility to research the reactors. The image of the gods. Nanos has a few different reactors, and they're all named after Greek gods.
Yeah, Kronos.
And then, any idea what the laser might be?
Laser enrichment stuff, aren't they?
Research? I don't know.
Eric had it. They're delving into laser enrichment. I think that's one of their divisions of the business. Is they acquired a laser uranium enrichment company, and they're trying to develop that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, you got one down. We've got a few more. Let's go to the next set. Got a picture of Matthew McConaughey, a pea pod, a jack-o'-lantern, and a image of 4th of July, 2026.
In the world.
Oh man, I know what it is.
What?
Peas in a pump.
I'm also trying to think okay, could it also be Oak Ridge or Oklo too, and not forget that those are options.
Wait, so the answers aren't exclusive to the list at the bottom?
No,
Yes, they are.
They are.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. And feel free to talk out your thought process as you go here.
Ramon, what are you thinking right now?
I'm trying to figure out what's happened the 4th of July of
That's
next year.
exactly what I'm thinking as well.
Hmm. The Matthew, I mean, one of my favorite movies is Interstellar. So I'm thinking, okay, is there's anything there? But
Where's Matthew McConaughey famously from? Or where does he live?
What makes you think I know that?
Right. We're not stalkers.
I guess
You might have
the,
it. You
the
might have
nuclear
it.
the nuclear engineers aren't watching TMZ and reading the celebrity tabloids.
Oh, wait, we're getting audience help. We're getting audience help.
Are we?
Yeah.
Where
Someone
is
said
it?
Texas.
Texas. Yep.
Everything's bigger there. Who is doing stuff in
What-
Texas
what
right
city
now?
in
It's not
Texas?
terrestrial. Is this Manfred?
Not terrestrial. Terrestrial. It's not
No,
terrestrial.
yeah. So that's an easy out. I don't think there's a whole lot of Holtec stuff that's like in the news right now happening in Texas.
No.
The answer was just nano before this, so that leaves us 3.
I don't think it's Holtec, and I don't think it's terrestrial.
No.
I got to give you a hint because we got to keep moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
What holiday do you usually see jack-o'-lanterns at?
Oh,
October on Halloween.
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 Is this Lightbridge?
What do you, if you look at the words in the pronunciation of Halloween,
Oh my
does that
God.
sound like
Is that really the point of the jack-o'-lantern?
Aloe?
Halo Atomics?
What in the world? Oh my
Is
gosh.
the pea pod because it literally looks like a pea pod?
Let me tell you the other connections.
Gotcha.
The pod, the aloe pod. The aloe pod is their reactor.
Oh my God.
Matthew McConaughey lives in Austin, Texas, and aloe is based in Austin, Texas. And the 4th of July, 2026, that is their goal of where their first reactor is going to become critical by.
Oh wow.
The 4th of July. To the day.
All right, next one. We have I knew I was going to forget these names.
Freddie Mercury.
Well, that's
and
Freddie Mercury.
David
Yes,
Bowie.
Freddie Mercury and Dave Bowie singing a duet. There is a US NRC logo with an approved stamp on it.
Holtec.
There is some slushy ingredient. There's a slushy great drink and some yellow cake.
So random. It's so random.
Well,
I feel like I want to go with Holtec on this. Simply because of the NRC.
Yeah.
but they also usually like they spend more time doing back end stuff. And the yellow cake is front end.
Is that supposed to be yellow cake?
Who's doing
Is that anything on uranium production?
Yeah, that's front end. So who
Now
else
you're
is
getting
doing
somewhere.
front end stuff?
What if I were to add a picture of a abandoned mine on here?
Oh.
And maybe you're not familiar with this sponsor.
I think I'm very not familiar with Deja or Lightbridge.
Okay, I've got to keep moving, so I'll give you the answer to this one. This is DISA, and what DISA, they have a technology called high pressure slurry ablation. We talked about it last hour. They can go over into abandoned uranium mines and remediate them by separating out.
I think I read about this in Nuclear News Daily from the American Nuclear Society.
Yeah. So they got their process approved recently. Slurry ablation, high pressure slurry ablation. There's a slurry, the yellow cake. That's what they can separate out. And the Under Pressure song was the only duet ever by David Bowie and Freddie Mercury. Under Pressure, high pressure slurry ablation.
I love that. I should mention that we did work to help get this technology approved as well with some other allies, but we submitted a letter to the NRC saying, hey, don't regulate this like a uranium mill. regulate it like, I forget what it was, but because the issue was that they weren't going to be able to move it around to different areas as quickly. So we argued it quite eloquently, which I'm not recreating here, but NRC ended up giving it the stamp of approval, and so they're going to be cleaning up abandoned uranium mines. Awesome. All right, back to you, Matt.
All right, next one. We got the Texas A&M logo, a lava
This is-
lamp.
It's got to be terrestrial energy just because of Texas A&M.
No, for me, it's got to be terrestrial energy because there's a picture
Yeah.
of salt.
Salt. Oh, yeah.
You're all right.
Yeah, also, yeah.
What, and the Earth? The Earth?
Terrestrial. The
Mm.
salt,
Terrestrial.
too easy.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
All right, there's one more. No, sorry, there's two more. There's two more. We've got some licorice sticks. We've got a photo of Rod Stewart. We've got an image from the video game Halo. And then we've got an image of the Advanced Test Reactor.
This has got to be light.
So those
Yeah,
candy
this
look
is
like the
like-
Holtec logo, right? The sticks, the Holtec logo.
Oh.
Mm.
But I don't think they're at the
No.
advanced test reactor though.
I feel like it's Lightbridge.
Yeah.
This is
Right.
not giving whole tech, it's just not, it's not giving whole tech.
Yeah, I can go with
Look
that.
at the look at the Halo picture. This is the big giveaway right here.
Halo picture.
What's that guy walking on?
A literal light bridge.
Light bridge.
It's a light bridge.
My hint was the advanced test reactor.
Yep. Yep. Licorice sticks are what their fuel is described, the shape of. Rod Stewart, as in fuel rod. They make a type of fuel rod, and their fuel is being tested right now at the Advanced Test Reactor. Leads us with one more. Process of elimination.
Okay, well, you see the
Yeah,
cast
Holtec.
here.
Yeah.
I'll
Waste
give you the
storage.
answer because the process of elimination, but any guesses of what any of these mean?
It's like dry
Same
cast.
Storage,
fuel,
yeah,
Holtec,
because
yeah.
Holtec manufactures the storage and the transport casks for
Yep.
its spent nuclear fuel.
Yeah, spent fuel.
Water.
Ford's located in Michigan. That's where they're rebuilding. That's where they're restarting Palisades.
I would not have been able to tell. If you asked me what state is Ford based in, I'm a nuclear engineer, not a car manufacturer.
Is the water because it's a water reactor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Their SMR is a light water design. The 5 square, that's 5 squares, as in the bottom of their logo has 5 squares.
Oh.
Ah, that's clever.
All right.
Man,
That's
those
it.
are fun.
That's the hardest one. I think that was the hardest one.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Well,
much,
Eric,
Matt.
that's all I got. I'll let you take it wherever you want to go at this point.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you again, Alyssa and Dr. Smith, for joining us. I'm sorry our time is getting so crunchy here, and we got to get on to our next hour. So we'll say goodbye to you for now. And Ramon, I just wanted to thank you one more time and express my gratitude, appreciation for the work that Nuclear Alternative Project is doing. Any final thoughts you wanted to share before we do our donation roundup for what we've had this hour?
Yeah, Eric, thank you, and thank you to Generation Atomic for letting us be part of this fundraiser.
You bet. Absolutely. Okay. So, all right, we'll do our drawing now. How many times? I'm only rolling a 4-sided die this time. So as the day goes on, we're getting less donations numerically, but average size is getting larger. Interesting trend. But how many times would you like me to roll this pointy object here, this foot killer 4-sided die? 2, you said?
2,
Okay.
yes.
2, so not that. Okay, it was the same number both times. That is the number 3, which, looking at my list here, that's going to go to Madison Schroeder. So Madison will get the hat and or sorry, not hat, the mug, tumbler, and she's gonna get some magnets and stickers and stuff from us. So congrats, Madison. And that brings our donation total for the day up to just shy of 11,000, $10,000, $10,934 if I'm rounding properly. So yeah, just like $1,100 short of our goal. I think we're going to hit it. We got some awesome guests coming up here. We are going to we're going to play our thank you video now, which allows Philip to do some stuff behind the scenes. We'll see you in about 5 minutes with Kyle Hill and Isabel Bemike for our final hour. We'll see you soon.
Hey there. I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Holt.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. I testified before both the Senate and House Energy Committees, and we've built a coalition of over 40 organizations.
In this process, we've brokered productive conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. This includes meeting with local Native leaders, where we've listened and learned about the complex history that tribes have with nuclear and about their desire for energy sovereignty.
Generation Atomic represented nuclear energy at COP30 in Brazil, the most important climate conversation of the year. This is our 9th year engaging with the UN climate process, bringing nuclear energy into these hallowed halls.
Through your support, we've also taken on incredible education initiatives. We helped bring Dr. Charlene Smith's Nuclear Engineering Bootcamp to Puerto Rico, where students learned about nuclear and even visited the retired bonus reactor. More boot camps are planned for 2026.
Our Vision Forward communication workshops continued to empower advocates. We worked with Constellation staff in Chicago, Baltimore, and Oswego, New York, helping over 300 participants craft their personal stories about why nuclear energy matters to them.
And speaking of stories, we helped bring Mike Connolly's book, The L&T Report, to the world, shattering many long-held narratives on radiation.
We're incredibly proud of our Atomic Ambassador graduates who are making a real impact, writing to legislators, publishing opinion pieces, and meeting with elected officials.
So here's the deal. With public support for nuclear power on the rise, we can't slow down. Now is the time for us to push harder to translate that goodwill into action, into building new nuclear power plants, into lifting moratorium, and to enacting real policy changes that can enable nuclear power to meet our energy goals.
We want to continue our international diplomacy and advocacy in international climate frameworks to ensure nuclear energy is represented as a true solution to climate change.
Next year, we want to expand our state level and regulatory advocacy as crucial legislation moves forward across the country.
We want to reach even bigger audiences with the creative, engaging content that makes nuclear energy accessible to everyone.
And we want to bring back our fellowship program. Talented young people who learn about nuclear energy, produce excellent work, and then carry the nuclear story to new communities.
But we need your help to make this happen.
Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us expand this growing movement of advocates.
It enables us to influence the international stage.
It allows us to create content that reaches millions and changes minds.
My challenge to you, make a gift so we can continue inspiring hearts and minds about the incredible potential of nuclear energy. From all of us,
thank you.
All right. Oh, welcome back. Hey, Farishte, nice to see you. It's Mothers for Nuclear Hour, and we have, oh gosh, my microphone got unplugged. I guess it's using a different one, but welcome. Please introduce yourself and tell us what Mothers has been up to while I plug my microphone back in.
Yeah, great to be here, Eric. It's so good to see you guys. Yeah, my name is Farishte Bunk. I work for Mothers for Nuclear. I think we have a deck to show you all about what we've been up to this year.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, before we dive into that, let's quick show, we'll do our donation update total and show what our gift is this hour. So like I said before, we're sitting at just under, oh my goodness. Actually, one just came in for about $1,500. So now we are just $500 away because we got a couple additional donations just now. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. And this hour, that'll enter you to win the Isodope swag bag. So we're going to have Isabel on here in a second talking about her book and playing a game with us. So that's a swag bag there. And I believe there's maybe a Mothers for Nuclear shirt involved as well. So
It's actually, we have a mug. I have a photo I can show.
Ooh, very cool.
Just a sneak peek of what you
Okay.
could get.
Oh, awesome. All right. Yeah, if we have that, we can throw it up. Otherwise, we can use our
Or I can
imagination.
just show it on my phone in front of the camera, like really low tech style.
Oh, I like that. All right. Wait. Yeah, Philip, you want to throw Farishte back on the screen for a sec here? Awesome.
Very high quality.
Hey,
Um,
I like that.
Might come, yeah. Anyway,
Warm and fuzzy.
that's the sneak peek of what you could get if you win the
Sweet.
raffle.
Sweet. Awesome. All right. Yeah. Well, without any further ado, let's get that deck going. I want to see some slides.
Yeah, thanks so much. So hopefully you know a little bit about Mothers for Nuclear already, but if not, we're an environmental nonprofit aiming to build a global community of support for clean energy. Next slide. So a little bit about me. I started working for Mothers for Nuclear over a year ago. Again, I won't waste your time telling my life story, but I studied physics in school with a minor in Indigenous Studies of Natural Resources and the Environment, and I was really looking for how I could help my community and the world, and I found looking into cleaner energy alternatives and more sustainable energy alternatives was really my calling, and after looking to that, I got really into nuclear. Now here I am today working with Mothers for Nuclear, getting to talk to people all around the world about nuclear all the time. So a little bit about Mothers for Nuclear. They were founded in 2016 on Earth Day by our co-founders, Kristen and Heather. They both work at Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, the last one still running in California. Maybe we can change that, fingers crossed, get some more up. But yeah, they weren't always really into nuclear. They kind of started working there by accident, looking for a job on the Central Coast as engineers. Back in the day, especially, it wasn't super lucrative. And after working there for many years, asking so many questions, eventually they learned that nuclear is pretty awesome and it aligns really well with their personal, environmental, and humanitarian values. And so they don't really believe that it should take you 6 years of working in the industry to learn more about nuclear, right? So next slide. So they really wanted to be a new kind of trusted messenger so that you could learn more about nuclear more accessibly. We try and engage in a new way, like a mother, really focusing feelings and empathy. You know, it's really hard to start a conversation with somebody if you don't listen to them first. You know, it takes time to build trust. And, you know, it's hard to get people the information they really want or need if you don't actually know what you're asking. So asking follow-up questions is really important to us, and we really want to engage in meaningful dialogue with everyone. Next. Yeah, so I'll just go over a little bit of what we've done this year. This is generally what we've done over the last 10 years of operation. Lots and lots of public engagement in all forms. That's really what we love to do. Next slide. So we did a lot this year. So again, I'm going to try and keep it moving because I really want to talk to you guys. But this year was the end of the 2-year collaboration-based siting grant we worked on for the U.S. Department of Energy. And so we just got a whole bunch of money from the government over the past 2 years to travel all across the states. We went to 6 states, 9 different locations, hosting workshops on Saturdays where people spent their precious Saturdays talking about how, you know, the government should deal with our used nuclear fuel. And so it was so incredible seeing all of that engagement, getting to do that face to face and build trust and community with all of these people across the states. Kept up our general public outreach. So this year is actually the first year that we were allowed to participate in EarthFest in San Luis Obispo. Typically, it's run by the Slow Climate Solutions. Climate Solutions. Anyway, Climate Coalition. My bad. Anyway, they are very clean energy focused and didn't always recognize nuclear as a clean energy resource. So this was the first year that they changed the agreements for their event to include nuclear so that we could be a part of the conversation and people could see another clean energy resource to save this planet, which is great. Next. We went to a lot of conferences as well, which is super fun. We had some speaking moments. Kristen spoke at the Women in Physics conference at Cal Poly. That was really fun. I got to table there and I had a unique perspective as a physics major who went to Cal Poly, talking to these other undergrads in physics, and you know how I got where I am today working for Mothers for Nuclear, which was really special. Next. We also did a lot of state engagement. So oftentimes when there's stuff happening legislatively or with specific nuclear power plants and people know about Mothers for Nuclear, they turned to us for communication points and, trying to get the message out, or sometimes even talking to legislators themselves so that they know that they have a resource, somebody that they can talk to and learn more about nuclear, maybe in a more accessible way. That's us actually in front of the Oklahoma State Capitol. We're trying to be an atom. I'm like the nucleus in the middle, but you can't really see it that well. It was our first try. Next. And then, of course, we have our international engagement as well. Our mother, Astrid Morris, is able to represent us in Paris at the NEA stakeholder engagement workshop, which was really great. She talked about our CBS program in more detail. And actually, just this morning, I was at the Women in Energy, Oil, and Gas in Nigeria conference this morning. It was really fun. I got to speak on the panel and to see incredible efforts from the people in Africa to move nuclear development along in not just their country, but on their continent, which is so incredible. Next. Yeah, and then one of our biggest efforts at Mothers for Nuclear is we really try and uplift women and mothers' voices so that you can see a new perspective on what it looks like to be a nuclear advocate. So we post stories from mothers and others on our website. And this year we have, 7 new stories up this year of, exceptional women, not to gas myself up, but who are interested in nuclear and want to, talk about it more and share it with you all. So next slide. We also had another wonderful opportunity, as we're traveling across the US, we got to tour quite a few significant nuclear sites. When we were in San Diego for that workshop, we got to visit San Onofre, which is a nuclear power plant that's going through decommissioning right now. We got to tour their Istvasi site, we talked about Holtec a little bit at the end of the last hour. They have some Holtec Istvasi storage designs. They have 2 different storage methods there, and it was really special for me because I grew up in Southern California, driving past San Onofre all the time, and I knew very little about it until now. So it was really great. We even got to visit the only uranium mill in the United States, the only operational uranium mill in the US. Well, traditional conventional uranium mill, operational conventional uranium mill in the US, in southern Utah, where I just recently relocated to Utah. And so I got to go down there twice, which was awesome.
Wow. Amazing. Was that your last slide?
I don't think so, but I'm not seeing anything on the screen.
There are a few more.
Okay. Yeah, this is like, I think, our last one besides our thank you, but we did our traditional engagement on the media. We love, that we can get our words out there and people have some recognition from Mothers for Nuclear and people want to keep talking about Mothers for Nuclear. We got lots of mentions in publications like even the New Yorker. Rebecca, who wrote Atomic Dreams, talks about us when she has spots, which is really incredible. And we were on a few podcasts and a radio show this year, which was great.
Amazing.
And I think our last side is just a thank you. Yeah, these are some of the wonderful women and mothers and people who love nuclear, know a lot about it, and want to share more. It's crazy that there's so many great faces on this, and you can learn more about us at mothersfornuclear.org. Join our mailing list there, read up on stories. Yeah, even buy yourself a mug if you don't win the raffle. You can do that on our website.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I don't think I have a Mothers for Nuclear t-shirt. I don't have a mug yet, so I might take you up on that.
There you go.
Good idea. Awesome. Thank you so much, Farishte. We got a jam-packed hour here, so I'm gonna put down my instinct to ask you a bunch of questions, and we'll see you in a little bit for our game, I think, maybe. But we're gonna pop over to another special guest this hour, which is Isabel Bemike herself, Isodope. One of the coolest nuclear advocates in the world / movie star. Hey, Isabel, how's it going?
Hi, Eric. How's it going?
Oh, super good. Yeah, I'm somehow not tired yet. I'm just running on adrenaline.
Yeah,
here.
you guys, I don't know, you've been going forever. I saw the calendar invite and it's like
Yeah.
the whole day, so good for
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for carving some time out of your day to come here. And you tell us a little bit about what you've been up to. Your book has been really, really awesome. It's been a huge, really helpful tool for me, giving it to my niece and having conversations with her. How's that been going?
I mean, I would love to, hear more about your niece and her reaction to it at some point. But yes, so I just realized I should have had a background with the book cover. It's not really working.
Oh.
But yes, for the past 3 years, I've been working on writing a book, which is something, I do not recommend. It takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of time, and is incredibly challenging, especially when English is not your first language, I guess. And it was a very, I wanted to make sure that, yes, there you go. I wanted to make sure that not only was I writing a book about nuclear, but that I was writing it in a way that felt very accessible, that you could gift to your niece, or that people could give to their mother-in-laws. My favorite compliments is when people say, "Oh my God, my mother-in-law loves your book." Or I have a friend of mine who says she gave it to her 11-year-old daughter after reading it because she said, "Okay, my 11-year-old daughter can understand this." And so when people tell me those things, that's when I get really excited because it means you've broken containment, which in this case is a good thing, not in the case of an operating nuclear plant. But yeah, it was a super long process, and the book finally came out in August of this year. And it was amazing to see the reception. I frankly had given up expectation because I think it's a good way to protect your mental state. You do something, you work really hard on it, and then you put it out in the world and you just let it do its thing. And it was amazing to see the reaction. I think on the one hand, I happen to know a lot of people who are celebrities And what I'm about to say might sound like I'm bragging, but I promise I'm trying to make a point here, which is I sent the book out to all of them without any expectations that they would post. I didn't ask them to post, I just sent it out. And almost all of them posted. And what that tells me is that they just don't have the fear to post about something like that anymore. As a matter of fact, they find it cool, right? They want to be a part of this movement. So I think it's such a huge cultural shift from the previous, from the anti-nuclear movement in the 70s and 80s. And I couldn't have asked for a better signal than that. And then, as I said, just the mother-in-laws and the young kids reading the book. It's been quite amazing to see.
Yeah. And I love the voice that you wrote the book in. It's just so, I don't know, it kind of reminded me, it's way different than this, but it just sort of reminded me of like when I read The Catcher in the Rye, and it's like so conversational, and it's like a different feel that I don't know, it makes you want to keep reading it because it feels like you're just having a conversation with the author. I think that's one of the things I think it does such a good job. It's not like, for a nonfiction book, it's like really entertaining to read. So, yeah.
Thank you. And that was the goal, because obviously all of us here on this call can sit down and read a book, that's very technical and unfun, and we can grind through that. But I think if we're trying to reach people who would never pick up a book about nuclear, I think that's what I forced myself to do, was to write in a way that felt very conversational. And it's funny because it's not for everybody, right? So like most of the criticism that I've gotten is the voice, which is very specific. It's my voice, and
Yeah.
I try to make it fun in my conception of humor. So, but it's not for everybody, and that's also fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those, I guess, who even struggle reading a very conversational book with lots of pictures like yours, we have folks like our next guest to help out, and we'll swap Kyle in here for a second so he can say hi. Kyle, my man.
Hello.
Welcome, sir. Oh
It
my
has been too long, my friend. Happy to be here. Happy to see everyone. Happy to see Isabel again. It's been a while. I haven't seen you since we were touring a nuclear cooling tower in Slovakia. So it has been a little while. I'm happy to be here. I'm honestly surprised at just the generosity of the people on the stream so far. I think it's been fantastic, and here to support and play around and whatever you want.
Hells yeah. No, I really liked your video that came out of there too, with like the folding of the pizza metaphor was a new one for me, like talking about just like a really simple structural strength metaphor that everyone's familiar with. You're so good at that.
Thank you. Yes, yeah. I mean, we over here in my neck of the woods, we've been 24/7 going pretty hard on the nuclear stuff. And we're not stopping anytime soon. I'm working with the Department of Energy right now on something. I'm working with some of our other contacts for fact checking all of the things that I do over in my science communication side of things. And yeah, man, onwards and upwards. It's been a very exciting year for the kinds of things that we're doing and the kinds of people that we talk to and want to engage with. So I'm in confusingly good spirits, I suppose, for a millennial.
That's great, man. And then I know we got to get like once Palisades gets started up, like there's a lot of potential nuclear excursions.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, half of the things that I do, I get just cold emails from interested parties, whether it's someone who works at a power plant or someone who has a contact somewhere. It's like, hey, do you want to walk around Chernobyl? It's like, sure do. And that's how it all started.
Yes. Oh man, that's
Easy.
awesome. Well, hopefully, we'll see in a minute here how the influencers do when they're up
Yeah.
against the industry.
I also do other things.
I know
and
you
just
have a broad knowledge. It's true.
Well. Also, in addition to this fundraiser, a little later on, maybe towards the end of this year as well, I'll be doing just a quick little plug, one of my own, where we raise money to take care of, support, and study the dog population in Ukraine, in Chernobyl, that inhabits it there. So I raise money for that charity, and we'll do that a little bit later on. But yeah, I'm
Cool.
as a quote unquote influencer, I don't know how hard your questions for us are going to be, so I'm a little nervous.
I'm very nervous. I feel like I'm gonna
You'll be fine.
miss everything.
We shall see.
Got this. You guys got this. Oh man. All right. We're gonna quick say hi to our industry representatives and one more of our influencers, I guess. It's a little tricky because we have some people that are like both in a way. I think Ella would fall in. Actually, all three of these could arguably be, but we have Ella, Gabe, and Jennifer joining us as well for this.
Wait, it's three experts against me and Kyle.
I'm not scared.
We got this. We got this.
I'm not scared.
Yep. Okay. Philip's messaging me. We got to take a quick station break first, as we get some things queued up for that. But after our break, we'll come back. We'll meet the rest of our panelists and play influencers versus industry. I'm pumped. So stick around a couple minutes. We'll see you in a second. Okay. Sweet. Some little bit of texting behind the scenes, like, hey, you come. I think everybody's here now, so that's good. Seat of the pants. We'll do a quick funding update here. We are so close to our goal. We are $250 away. Sitting at $11,753. Big thank you to Brendan, Kevin, Don, and Jean, who all kicked in this last hour. You guys are awesome. And you'll be entered into our giveaway here. And we are so close to our goal. Hopefully we can get there. Yeah, we'll for our final half hour here, we have an exhilarating game of industry versus influencers. I think the questions should be fair-ish. We'll see. We'll see whether it's better to have actual book learning in this topic area or be extremely online. I actually can't. I'm spacing on what some of these were, I think, but Matt has a variety of challenges to put you guys through, so it should be good stuff. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for a thumbs up from Philip. I know he is framing people up as we speak, and it looks like we're there. My goodness. Awesome. So on our influencer side, we have Isabel, Kyle, and Ella Jacobs. Ella, you want to say hi, tell folks about your TikTok channel a little bit, and then I'll introduce the other side.
Hi, I'm Ella. I'm kind of new to the whole influencing scene. I know some of you guys already, but it's really exciting to be here. I started a TikTok about a year ago, and I post on and off when I'm not working actually at the St. Lucie nuclear plant. So that's kind of what I do. I'm just trying to demystify nuclear power, basically. I have a lot of friends my age who are interested in it, so I just started posting questions and answers, and here we are.
Nice. And what's your handle on TikTok?
At the Nuclear Girl.
Yeah, awesome. All right. And next, let's go over to Jennifer, the Nuclear Hazelnut.
Howdy, everyone. I'm so happy and excited to be here. So I've been doing some nuclear advocacy on X, formerly Twitter, and I just love sharing there what I do. I'm a risk analysis engineer currently working for Westinghouse Electric Company. I have visited plenty of plants, nuclear power plants, to do actual work, risk analysis work. So it is very exciting for me to share what I do for a living, something that I am very passionate about, and I am just so excited to be here. Can't wait to see who's gonna win.
Yeah, awesome. Great. And finally, Gabe Ivory. Say hi, Gabe.
Howdy, y'all. How's it going?
Howdy.
My name is Gabriel Ivory. I'm a snubber program engineer at Constellation, working at the Crane Clean Energy Center, and I'm also the vice president of the Nuclear Advocacy Resource Organization. So thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for the work you're doing. And you went mega viral last year. We'll just sneak that in there with the I Heart Nuclear sign at College Game Day, seen around the world, right?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. And I love that. Like, and then there was just another moment where somebody in Michigan was like, yeah, I'm a nuclear engineer. I don't know if you guys saw that one.
Yeah, last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Great. So I'm going to turn this over to Matt for our final game. Take it, Matt.
Sure. And I gotta say, these teams could almost be influencers versus influencers the way they turned out. Definitely industry people have your roots in social media, in influence. And Fareshte, you are awesome for being willing to step in last minute. We also happen to have Grace Vander High, who was originally scheduled, and she had a last minute schedule conflict. And so we've got two great teams here. I put together a game called Influence versus Industry. It's a two-part game. This first part is called Pixel Puzzler. And the way this works is I'm going to show you a picture, something connected to the nuclear industry, but extremely zoomed in. And we'll have to flip a coin or something to see who starts first. But on your turn, you get one guess. And before you guess, you get to choose. You can choose either a hint or a zoom out. I have between 4 and 5 hints available and up to like about 10 zoom outs. I'll let you know if you're out of hints. But you get to make your choice and then talk amongst yourselves, amongst your team to decide what you want your guess to be. If you don't have a guess, or if you guess incorrectly, then it goes to the next team. and the process repeats over. And we keep passing back and forth until somebody gets the right answer. How does that sound?
Nice.
Kyle, do you have a question?
Is there a penalty for guessing incorrectly?
There's no penalty. No.
Sweet.
But you only get one guess, so you can't throw whatever comes to mind at any point. All right. Paper, rock, scissors. Kyle versus Jennifer to see who goes. To see who gets to choose.
Come on, Kyle.
On three.
One, two,
two,
three.
Okay, one more.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Damn it.
No way. Last one. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, that's
We've been
so.
going for a while.
Keep it going.
All right.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. No.
There's no way.
No way. Okay, stop reading my mind.
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Again.
Sorry.
1, 2, 3.
Bam. Got you.
No. Okay.
So Kyle, you get to choose. You want to go first or second?
I would. If they're extremely zoomed, let's go first.
All right, here we go. So this first round, or this first is for team influencers only. Here is the first image. You get to choose zoom out or hint, and then you get to take a guess.
All right, ladies. I believe I know what this is.
What do you think it is?
I believe that this is a nuclear waste transport cask on a train and or flatbed trailer truck situation.
I do agree. I can't like zoom in. How do I get that? But
No,
I
you
zoom out.
can't zoom in.
No, I mean like on the Zoom, like it's a tiny little square on
yes.
the screen. But I think from what I can see, I agree. I agree with that.
Perhaps on an Atlas sort of train or something.
It could also be
Or
a
maybe it's like
turbine.
an SMR.
Yes.
It could be the horizontal view of it. I wish I could zoom in.
Let's
Let's
let's try. I feel fairly confident about this.
Okay. Okay.
Do you
Matt-
want even to use a zoom out or a hint, or do you just want to use your guess?
Oh, I mean, yeah. Let's use the zoom out if we have it. I suppose.
I'll give you a zoom out.
The difference in color makes me think that it is being secured, and I'm gonna guess. What do you think, ladies? Do you think waste cask, or am I off base here?
I just have never seen a waste cask that has.
It's being transported.
What is the yellow part?
I think it's being held down very securely.
I think it is a transport cask. I agree with that.
Let's try it, Matt. We say nuclear waste or spent fuel transport cask. Final answer.
That's what I think.
Okay, Kyle, I have to make sure we did not share this deck of slides with you because that is the correct answer.
And it's on the Atlas train. I nailed it.
Now,
dude.
could have gotten any better than that.
Now, I will
like
say,
that.
although I knew exactly what this image is, it was because before the incoming administration, I was supposed to go and be on that train. So I have seen this photo. So maybe it was still in the back of my head. So a little bit of luck, but a little bit of inside knowledge there, I suppose.
No, don't back down. That's skill. That's skill.
Okay, I have to say I also knew what it was, and I'm so upset because I'm not going to be able to guess anything else. But we like showed the Atlas railcar video at all of our CBS workshops this past year. Dang it.
Honestly, I think this is the easiest one of the four that I have. So you guys got lucky to go first.
Okay.
I think my internet connection is really not working well right now, you guys. I might.
Sure. Good excuse. All right, industry team, you're up next. We're going to go on to the next question. Here is the image.
Does that look like anything to you guys?
No idea. So let me think.
Well, should we zoom out first or just ask for a hint?
Oh,
You get one or the other.
one or the other. Well, let's go with the hint. What do you think?
Gabe?
Agree?
I've got no idea, so we can go with either. That'd be helpful. Either one would be helpful right now. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, let's go for a hint.
Yeah.
Go for the hint. I'll keep you warm if you snuggle up to me.
Okay.
I hope you guys guess right because I know what it is.
No.
So I hope I keep you warm. Yada, 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 yada.
It
Warm.
produces heat, but that's like most things in nuclear. So
Exactly, exactly. A little
is
bit
that like a
confusing.
valve? Like the circle part, is that like a valve door of some kind? I see it. Is it a circle? Am I seeing this?
I want to say pressure vessel, but I don't see any bolts.
Exactly. No, it's definitely part of a system. Like one SSC, one component, I'm sorry, but I am not sure what it could be. I don't think it's like a door. It seems like a cylinder.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like a cylinder with like almost
Right?
like the vent like protrusions around the cylinder.
Yes.
Perhaps.
You're making us nervous.
I know.
I mean, it
I'm a
can't just be
gamer.
like spent fuel again, right? In a different enclosure.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean,
Certainly,
look
there's
like a
some
dry
sort
cap.
of time limit on get.
I'll give you, I'll give you
I'm just kidding.
20
I'm just kidding.
seconds.
I'm just kidding.
Any
20
guess
more
you guys want to go with, I'll second.
I don't think it's an SG. I don't think it's a reactor. I don't think it's it could be the RHR, this pump. The RHR pump. Maybe.
That is incorrect. So we
I
pass
said
this
it
on.
could. Oh
that
no,
we
I
pass
wasn't
this on
supposed
to the influencers.
No.
Kyle knows all.
Yeah, Kyle just
Isabel and Ella. Now, when I see this, I see two things. I see some sort of vessel to which you hold something, and I also see fins. Fins either spin or they radiate heat. This does not look like it is spinning. And given that it needs to radiate heat and it keeps you warm, and that I know of someone who snuggled up to one of these and died, I would propose that it is an RTG, a radio.
Ooh.
That's what
I'm good with that guess.
That's what I would say.
It's definitely some sort of radiator. I mean, it looks like kind of what we have too in our diesel generator room with our radiator fan. So it's some sort of radiator for sure.
Given the size of the the bolt or the hole there, and compared to the size of the fins, I don't think it would be a turbine because there'd be more fins and they'd be bigger than that hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm Isabel. Do you have any thoughts?
I don't have a better answer, so yeah, I mean, sure.
You know what, Matt? We are pretty hot over here, so let's go with an RTG.
Kyle, I think you and I watch a lot of the same shit on YouTube.
Bam. Matt, I think you're watching my videos on YouTube.
You know, that could be. That could be. That is absolutely true.
That is an abandoned RTG after the fall of the Soviet Union. They found about after the IAEA was called in Leah, Georgia, where one man died and two were severely injured by snuggling up to one of these things on a cold winter's night. Afterwards, they found another 300 of these strewn across the Soviet Union as orphan sources. So they're pretty infamous, but that's what you get for being extremely online, huh, Eric? Without all our book learning.
So next time, as Eric suggested, we should do one of those video formats where it's like Kyle versus 20 nuclear engineers.
Yeah.
In all caps.
Put me up against some skeptics. I'm all for that. Yeah.
All right, so that's 2 points for influencers. Now we go back to industry. You get the first guess on the next picture.
I am just overthinking everything. I'm sorry, team.
Y'all can't give me a snubber or like something I know about. Like,
So does it bounce? Is it us or does it bounce back to them?
It's
Oh,
us.
this is back to industry.
Got it.
And remember, you get to do a zoom out or a hint.
yeah, this looks like Isabel. Like this looks like the bottom of a like a toilet bowl. Like when you take the top off the back. I don't know. Like the back of the toilet. I don't know. This is-
does. That's so funny. Should we do a zoom out, do you think, this time? Because it
Yeah.
looks like there's smaller components, so we might actually
Yeah,
see
zoom out, yeah.
something.
I like it.
All right, zoom out.
Aha. I still don't know what this is, but it is more things to look at.
So they're like tons of bolts.
That can't be very large. That has to be pretty small, right? Or is my perspective all off?
I actually think it might be.
I have good news and bad news.
God.
Oh,
Hopefully
you know
good news
what?
for
It
our
kind of
team.
looks like to me the like white grid kind of thing, like with the weird shapes on the left. That kind of looks like a control rod assembly, like spacer grid thing to like distribute them. I don't know. I could be totally wrong.
Yeah,
like
30 seconds to put an answer together.
Why is it
Or
so
or
dusty?
pass.
Yeah,
We can't
looks like
pass.
it's on
Kyle
the
just knows what it is.
outside, right? Like it might be located outside, or I don't know if it's like
I've got no idea.
dust or rust.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
I don't know. It could be anything.
Okay,
Even
time's
the
up.
EBD.
Time's up.
Yeah, they got it.
Kyle, tell us what it is.
No,
Kyle's like it was
I'm
a
gonna-
cold winter morning. And,
I am
yeah.
I am going to, just to be safe, let's do an initial zoom out on our side.
How about the rest of the team? Agree?
Yes, agree.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yes. Now, the only reason why something nuclear wise would be that dusty, in my opinion, would be because you cannot clean it. And one of the places where it's hard to clean things is Mars. I would say that this is actually a zoomed in photo of one of the rovers on the red planet, considering the color of the dust, the fact that there are center of gravity or center of mass markers on it that you would want a camera to look at if you are calibrating something. You have the kind of wiring, copper, mylar kind of stuff that is incredibly conductive, which you want in space. So I would say it is one of the rovers, though I do not know which one.
So it's another RTG basically.
I think if Matt and Eric are wanting to be clever guys, I think they're linking these things together perhaps a little bit. Then yes, Isabel, you'd be right. Then you got the thing from the previous answer in this.
Do we have to guess which one?
Just give me your answer and I will tell you if it is correct.
Okay, so I would just go with the general one. What do you think, girls? Just the Curiosity rover?
Yeah, sure. Mars Science Lab. Yeah.
That is the word I'm looking for, and I appreciate your
No way.
analytical thought process as you are walking through this. And I wasn't so much didn't so much care about
Perseverance.
the rover.
It's perseverance.
but
Gotta get it.
You did get it. I will give a opportunity for a bonus point to try to keep things somewhat fair to the industry team. What is name a unique thing that's on board this Perseverance rover that was not on any of the other previous rovers?
Oh yeah, huh? off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, but don't answer. This is
No,
for
you
industry.
can't. This is
Oh. Sorry. No, it's okay. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Team, any guesses?
Well, I'm gonna assume that it's something nuclear related because that's what we're doing here today, right? So does it have a
Perhaps not.
unique? Perhaps not.
I'll
Never
give you a
mind.
hint.
Okay.
Think of something small
Mhm.
that can release itself from this. It can release itself from the body of the rover.
Like a drone?
Like an exhaust thing?
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
It is a drone, an onboard helicopter.
Woo woo.
Nice.
What did it do? Like, is it just getting more angles? Like, I'm so confused. What are they doing?
They wanted to test flight in
Oh.
Mars to see if it was possible and what the physics of flying in Mars would be like. And they did successfully achieve a number of flights. And you can actually find footage on the drone flying around. It did eventually have a bad landing and become non-functional, but yeah, they flew on Mars.
That's
Yes,
awesome.
super non-trivial problem too. I mean, the whole reason why they had to land the way that they did, with the 7 minutes from hell and the supersonic decelerator and all that is because Mars has almost no atmosphere whatsoever. And so flight, normal rotor powered flight on Mars could have totally failed too. So yeah, it's super interesting.
That is really
One fun
cool.
fact about Mars rovers is that, they did the first rover that went to Mars with an RTG, and then at some point they were like, let's make one with solar panels. And they built the rover, they sent the rovers to Mars, and it worked for a couple of months. And then the solar panels are covered by a dust storm because Mars is pretty dusty, and the rover dies. And it's just like, if it's not the most perfect story about trying to force solar energy when it doesn't make sense.
Didn't take them long
Wow.
to figure out RTGs are a better option.
They knew it already, but they're like, what if we do it with
Well, it is also hard to get plutonium from Putin these days. So,
Yeah.
Okay, for this next round, I'm going to give Team Industry a choice if they want to go first or second.
Oh, Gabe wants to go second. Okay.
Okay,
Let's go second.
so this is the last picture, and then I have a speed round after this. But so influencers, here's your first picture.
Oh, is that toy?
haha, thanks for the answer.
What's the name of it? It's like something. You guys, sorry. That was the easiest one. What is the name of that toy?
That is the Gilbert Atomic Home chemistry kit or something like that.
1957. Yeah, something like that.
How dare you make fun of me?
Do you want any zoom or hint, or do you just want to go with the answer?
I know. I think Isabel's exactly right, given the color scheme of the surrounding parts, and I think, yeah, you know what? Let's
zoom out just to be sure. Or do you want to go with it?
Oh, I want you to flex on him, Isabel, if you know it. I say just send.
It looks like it, but now I'm second guessing.
What do you Ella, do you agree?
I mean, I kind of agree with what you were saying. Like, if we know it, let's just get the round over with. Let's just go with the answer.
Long hair, don't care, baby. Go for Gilbert.
Gilbert
Atomic
Energy
Lab or chemistry set.
That is incorrect.
No way. Hey, you didn't have the wrong sound for that.
Let's see it.
Okay, interesting.
Industry.
Interesting.
Pass it on to industry.
The nuclear palette is exactly the same.
Yeah, let's zoom out then.
Yes, zoom out.
Zoom out.
Oh damn! I would have bet money on that too.
Oh, so it looks like it has a light bulb and then something in there. I wanna think it looks like a game, like what else could it be? I also thought it was the one that they say.
Yeah.
Did they get the name wrong?
No, I think it was either
To be
hint
totally
or
transparent with you, oh wait, we might have gotten the name wrong actually, now that you say that.
No,
It's just not
I
it.
will say it's not that toy.
Got it.
I think the only other nuclear toys I'm super familiar with is like they had a board game in the 50s, I think. But this doesn't. This looks like there's too much like shiny plastic and model and metal to be like a board game.
20 seconds.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it's not my turn. What am I doing? Sorry.
Do we want to throw a guess?
It must be shown like somewhere. That's why there's a light, and it must be like science theme booth.
We already zoomed out already too, huh?
Well, there's like 10
Yeah.
zooms.
This was not a big zoom.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I guess I don't have any guesses. Do you want to pass this round?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea.
Okay.
All right, let's pass it. Influencers, you can get a zoom out or a hint.
Oh, okay. Ooh, what's better?
Well,
Like, give me a hint.
given that my hubris had destroyed us last round,
I think we should zoom out.
I think we should zoom out as well.
Okay.
Let's do it. Yep.
See, I was
Yep.
thinking that little yellow
Yep.
guy in the corner was kind of the Simpsons, but I don't know what it actually like.
Yeah, no, yeah.
is.
When they zoomed out, I think I clocked The Simpsons too, but now,
Is that a
What-
pinball machine?
oh, it is Isabel. You nailed that. Yeah. So that, yeah, that track on the left is definitely, and there must have been, if I hadn't seen it, there must be many pinball machines of The Simpsons, right?
I remember seeing something like that.
At the very top of this cooling tower, I think you have one of those little clicker bumpers that if the ball were to go into it, it would go ticking and knock it out. Maybe. What do you think, Ella?
Never seen one of those tables before, so I actually have no idea.
You've never seen a pinball machine?
Nope.
Ella.
Never.
Ella.
Guys, I'm too young
Ella.
for this. I'm
Ella.
20 years old.
Ella, oh my God, I just turned into dust.
Someone get her to an arcade stat.
Oh my God.
All right, guys, got to lock in your answer.
Let's
Okay.
say let's say that it is the Simpsons pinball machine.
Yeah.
Using Isabella's guess.
Influencers. For
Woo!
the sweet.
Good job, guys.
Yeah,
Wow,
that was great.
really good, Isabel. Nice.
Yeah, apparently I only know like games and toys.
All right. I'm going to keep moving because we're
Damn,
at the
that
end
was
here,
good.
but I do have a speed round I want
Speed
you to go.
round.
Oh no.
Guys, you are
And,
so good.
These are pretty easy questions. It shouldn't take you long, but let's just blow through them. So this is you got to decide which picture belongs to which name. And I'm just going to give you an example here. So like for Mustache Mafia mix up, you have to guess which
I
one's
love
Chris,
it.
which
Oh my
one's
god.
Mark.
Oh no.
You all know these, so I'm not going to make
Well-
this that one. But let's get into some other ones. And I have the influencers. You each get 4. I have influencers going first on this. So here's one. Pick the right.
The
We've
easy
got-
one?
Obviously, David Wright is on the right.
One of these is David Wright. The other one's Chris Wright. So you said David Wright on the right.
Yeah, and Chris Wright's on the left.
That is correct. So now let's go over to industry. NRC or NBC? We've got 2 Chris Hansons. One's from Dateline.
Always a
Catch
tough
Predator.
one.
They kind of
And-
look alike.
Yeah, I never
One-
realized how similar they look.
Are both of their names the same?
The NRC chair, I think, is the one on the left.
NRC chair on the left. Y'all good with that?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You are correct.
His smirk was throwing me off a little bit, I'm
Oh,
not
I
gonna
think
lie.
the NRC chair would wear a tie,
Alright.
right?
Back to
Smart.
influencers. We got Stoned and Confused. We got two filmmakers. One of them's Robert Stone. One of them's Oliver Stone. Both of them make nuclear documentaries, but which one's which?
Well, I think Isabel, we've both met this man, right? But I always confuse. I'm like, oh yeah, not the guy who made the doors. I think that means Robert Stone is on the right and Oliver Stone is on the left.
Correct.
You are correct. And now we've got the Gen Atomic Blonde mix-up. We've got two blondes that do for our social media. One of them's named Kirsten Sundell. The other one's named Mary Closer. Which one is which?
Okay, you guys can correct me on my team if I'm wrong, but I feel like we saw Kirsten Sundell in like one of the thank you videos just not that long ago, and I think she's on the right.
What color? I'm sorry.
Oh, in the green
I
shirt.
think
I
so.
think that's Sundell.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
All right. And you are correct.
Nice.
All right, next one, we've got seemingly similar. One of them is Simon Irish, the CEO of Terrestrial Energy. One of them is Simon Pegg, the actor.
Always the easy one. This is rigged.
Yeah. But they're kind of taking a while
got
to
a really
answer.
easy one
Wait,
for
I
you.
don't know this one.
Come on,
I also
you're just a babe. Simon Pegg is on the right. Simon Irish is on the left.
Oh, you know that.
Yes, of
That is
course.
correct.
Dawn of the Dead. Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
And now we have radioactive royalty. One of them is Lise Meitner. One of them is Marie Curie.
Why am I having a hard time with this right now?
Wait. It's not our turn, is it?
Wait,
No,
This is our-
it's our turn.
This is for industry. Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to, you guys want to say it or?
Yeah, so my screen is like switch, so I don't want to
Oh,
say
yeah.
it
I
incorrectly, but you
believe
know, like
Marie
the
Curie
brown
is on the
sweater.
left, but if that's wrong, my bad.
Well,
Look at how ashamed
no.
Isabel is right now that she doesn't know this.
So brown black sweater is Marie Curie, and then the other one is Liz.
okay.
You are correct. And now we've got actor or reactor. One of them's actor Eamon Farron, and the other one's Matt Lozak, the CEO of Allo Atomics.
Now, Isabel, go with me on this thinking. The right definitely looks like a media shot, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
That's a well lit Getty image from somewhere. So I would say that, I don't know either of these men. I would say, since that looks like a photo that an actor would have taken of them, that the actor is on the right. That's what I would say.
Actor is on the right. Matt
I agree.
is on the left. Both
You are correct.
Bam.
And then finally, final question. Another actor. One of them is Kyle
Come
Hill from
on.
YouTube, another one is
Come on.
Thor, God of Thunder.
We got
You know, they just look so similar.
Oh
I'm not
my
sure if I
gosh.
can tell them
Ew.
apart.
Man, that's, you guys are
This one is very tough.
embarrassing
Can we
me.
have a hint?
Come on. That hammer I have is it's one of them. So
It's one of them.
it's one of the props that was
Oh.
used. So
A prop. It's a real hammer. What are you talking about?
well, I can pick it up. It feels like a prop.
Kyle's got the super real, definitely not CGI with the target in the back hammer.
Yeah.
That's Kyle.
Yeah, that'd be
That was a
that'd
tough
be-
one. That was a tough one. Did you need to get Kyle to stand up to get that act?
My-
Get that
my
We need to
hair
zoom
is
out
real,
to
by the
see
way.
more. We need to zoom out to see more.
Yeah, the real Thor has got to be wearing a wig. Kyle's
That's
hair is way nicer.
That's a wig. Well,
Look
in the
at that hairline.
at least in like the first movie or something like that, he did blonde it up and grow, kind of a, bob length hair. But then once he became super famous, is like, nah, I got to wig that thing.
When will you wear wigs?
I eventually
Yeah, you can't keep up that beautiful, luscious hair forever.
I'll take that bet.
Kyle, you could just get implants later.
One-way ticket to Turkey, baby. Let's go.
Ryanair.
Yeah, that was
right.
fun, Matt. That was good. I feel that maybe I was a little too gung ho on some of the things, but that was fun.
Next time
Wait,
we'll
that
just
was
do
awesome.
Kyle Hill versus everybody else. How's
Hey,
that?
Yeah.
I think he'd still win. That's
Bring
like
it
that's
on.
what's scary.
That's the problem.
Bring it on.
All right. Well, okay, so you guys are 100% on the speed round. Influencers had the lead going into the speed round. So congratulations, influencers. You have won the round of applause from our audience.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks,
I'd like to thank my team, of course. Team Hair over here, of course, representing my wonderful teammates. Also, thanks for having us, and that was super fun. And thanks to the industry for being here. It's not what should be said when, and I've said this a number of times, as Jennifer knows, but the distinction between like influencing stuff that we tend to do or I tend to do and being in the industry, it's a real serious divide where it is hard to advocate when you're also, it's your job and you may not get paid for it, or you might have to go through 10 layers of bureaucracy before you can say something or post a TikTok. So I value, you should at home value the efforts of industry just as much as anything else, because it's not easy to do.
Yeah, 100%. I don't actually really work in industry. I work for Mothers for Nuclear exclusively. I didn't study nuclear in undergrad, just physics. But I see firsthand with our co-founders, Kristen and Heather, who still work for Diablo and PG&E, and then plenty of other people like looking to join and work with Mothers for Nuclear. Industry still sometimes, asks them not to talk about certain things or do certain things outside of work, which seems really unfair. And I'm really glad and lucky that I work just for Mothers for Nuclear, so nobody's restricting what I say. So really hats off to all of you industry people who are taking the time and going out of your way to speak out for nuclear in all the ways.
Awesome.
Amen.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'll hand it off. Eric, yeah, go ahead. Take over.
Amazing job, Matt. That was hilarious. So good. And amazing job, panelists. Thank you all so much for joining us, gracing us with your presence. Yeah, that was so good. I forgot to mention this earlier, but we did have another sponsor for this hour, and I have a corresponding t-shirt here, Oklo. This is our natural nuclear reactor, nature did it first t-shirt, but in paying homage to Oklo for chipping in and being a luminary sponsor for our fundraiser. Thank you, Oklo. And I have great news, everybody. We have surpassed our goal. We just tipped over this hour, and we hit $12,018.27. So big thanks to Wendell Whiting, Aaron Hinman, Gene Graycheck, and Don Owen, and Kevin Collins for putting us over the top this hour. You guys rule. I have, and there's 6 folks here, including, and one other guy, Brendan Pittman as well. And I'm going to roll here. I'll let our guest tell me how many times should I roll this?
25 is probably too many, so just 5.
Okay. All right. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, final 1. Oh, and there we got number, probably can't see it. That was a number 1 in there. So that is going to go to Wendell Whiting for the Rad Pack from Isodope and the Mothers for Nuclear mug. So awesome. Congrats, Wendell. And thank you so much for your support. And holy cow, congrats to everyone else. Again, if donations open till the rest of the day. And you, if you give more than 200, you get our nuclear art calendar. And yeah, just what can I say? I'm just so much gratitude for all of our guests today and all of our partner organizations. Farishte, any final thoughts on behalf of Mothers for Nuclear here?
It's always so great to be here in Animaid. You guys bring such great energy, and I always do so bad on the trivia games, but they're still so fun nonetheless. And remember, if you didn't win the mug, you can go check out our merch on our website, mothersfornuclear.org.
Hell yes. Thank you, Farish Tay. Awesome. Great. And oh man, what good fun. So we're going to start bringing this train into the station. Thanks again to everyone who donated. You guys rule. We're going to be divvying up these donations among our partner organizations. And yeah, what can I say? We got to do this again. It's way too much fun. Yes, this is also where I need to thank Philip for running everything behind the scenes and making sure everybody can be seen and heard properly. And there's cool transitions, like bringing the production levels up to 11. Thank you, Philip. You are the man. Appreciate it. And who else do I got? Yes, yeah, absolutely. We're going to be cutting up this presentation into some shorter clips so other folks get to see it. And yeah, thank you all for supporting nuclear advocacy. We're going to do some good things in 2026 and keep making progress, keep cutting carbon down, keeping that grid reliable and affordable, decarbonizing all sectors of our economy, all that good stuff and more. So thank you all for making this possible. I think we'll play our thank you video one more time and then we'll sign off. I love you all. It's been an absolute pleasure, and have a great week and a great holiday season. And hopefully we'll see you guys all again soon. Much love. Stay rad. Atoms for Peace out.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Holt.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sundell.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. I testified before both the Senate and House Energy Committees, and we've built a coalition of over 40 organizations.
In this process, we've brokered productive conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. This includes meeting with local Native leaders, where we've listened and learned about the complex history that tribes have with nuclear and about their desire for energy sovereignty.
Generation Atomic represented nuclear energy at COP30 in Brazil, the most important climate conversation of the year. This is our 9th year engaging with the UN climate process, bringing nuclear energy into these hallowed halls.
Through your support, we've also taken on incredible education initiatives. We helped bring Dr. Charlene Smith's Nuclear Engineering Bootcamp to Puerto Rico, where students learned about nuclear and even visited the retired bonus reactor. More boot camps are planned for 2026.
Our Vision Forward communication workshops continued to empower advocates. We worked with Constellation staff in Chicago, Baltimore, and Oswego, New York, helping over 300 participants craft their personal stories about why nuclear energy matters to them.
And speaking of stories, we helped bring Mike Connolly's book, The LNT Report, to the world, shattering many long-held narratives on radiation.
We're incredibly proud of our Atomic Ambassador graduates who are making a real impact, writing to legislators, publishing opinion pieces, and meeting with elected officials.
So here's the deal. With public support for nuclear power on the rise, we can't slow down. Now is the time for us to push harder to translate that goodwill into action, into building new nuclear power plants, into lifting the moratorium, and to enacting real policy changes that can enable nuclear power to meet our energy goals.
We want to continue our international diplomacy and advocacy in international climate frameworks to ensure nuclear energy is represented as a true solution to climate change.
Next year, we want to expand our state level and regulatory advocacy as crucial legislation moves forward across the country.
We want to reach even bigger audiences with the creative, engaging content that makes nuclear energy accessible to everyone.
And we want to bring back our fellowship program. Talented young people who learn about nuclear energy, produce excellent work, and then carry the nuclear story to new communities.
But we need your help to make this happen.
Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us expand this growing movement of advocates.
It enables us to influence the international stage.
It allows us to create content that reaches millions and changes minds.
My challenge to you, make a gift so we can continue inspiring hearts and minds about the incredible potential of nuclear energy. From all of us,
thank you.
Woo! Yeah.
Job well done.
We are the champions, my friends.
Job well done.
Yes.
Eric.
Thanks, Farshte.
Thanks so much for having me. So
Yeah.
great.
Yes. Good stuff. Thanks, Gabe. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Gabe.